I mark my words.
Well, the saving grace is remember that you're level 5, so you do have 1 fate point per session now. So if it goes horribly wrong, you re-roll it.
Well,
Last couple sessions, I didn't need it. I'm probably gonna need it this week.
The only way it can go horribly wrong is if he gets insta-killed, and he can use the fate point to undo that. But if he fails 3 death saving throws, that's it. He dies. I mean, no, he gets sucked into the ring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, welcome to session 37, or aka session 6 of Arc 2. Because I've taken out to calling it Arc 2 session 6, because then the numbers don't get out of control.
No, I want to ramp up those numbers. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, come on, we're gonna get up there to the hundreds.
I can put in brackets like session 37.
Yes, please.
Yes.
That would please me.
But yeah, how is everyone? Silent.
Good. Hustling and bustling.
Yeah, it's like Abo is like I rolled a nat 1 on the recap, so yeah, fuck everything, fuck the world, burn.
And on the exact day that he doesn't have his notes. Fuck my exact life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, then I guess let's get to it immediately. Abo.
Oh boy, alright, straight into it. Gotcha. Okay, so last time we left this session, or we started the session, actually coming up on Kosenzel, if I say the name right. Kosenzel, right? The goat town.
Yep. Yeah.
We made land. We went into the harbor, into the city itself. I think at that point we explored around a little bit. First excursion was to the church, or the temple of the Saint Hildegard, which is the patron saint of the town of Kosenzel, Goat Lady. And it was nice. Viera actually stayed outside because doesn't really like being inside in primary temples, I think. Actually, we didn't really ask why she stayed outside, but I think it was given.
You didn't ask, she just stayed outside.
I assume because of a brath, because that's often the reason.
Yeah, I think we're just like whenever VR stays outside, it's like, okay, because VR likes outside. Nonplussed about it. And they had a nice talk, or primarily Samira had a nice talk with a very nice old lady who wasn't definitely not pulling a fast one on her. And she had a couple of broad questions that the lady really couldn't answer because it was a little bit broad, but we got some information. We got some, at least that the texts are... Okay, all the first editions of all the texts that the saint wrote down are there, of course, under lock and key. But they're basically the Great Library in Tucson, where we're headed, also has copies of it. And there we would actually have more time, because otherwise they would have to copy it, and we're not planning to stay long, so... Samir bought a nice portrait, like a small little pendant, I think. Was it a pendant? Or something?
I think it was a portrait and a pamphlet. I asked for pamphlet.
Yes. Yes, and you paid a bunch of money for it. And Cassius bought a nice little small goat figurine for to later to Viera, basically. It's like, oh, you like figurines, right? Here you go. It was the most nonchalant gift ever. Is like, hey, you like animals and wooden figurines? I've seen you with a wooden figurine. Here you go.
Oh boy, you have no idea the plans I have for that figurine.
Okay. Moving on, please. Yeah, and then basically went outside. We went then to look for a tree. Exciting. Yes, it's exciting as it sounds. We spent a long time actually looking for it because the rolls are shit, and then we just ended up asking someone to, and then we were basically pulled into the same direction as we were, where there was a huge ass fucking tree with the force made by Saint Hildegard, basically planted there, or was in her honor. It has to do with this patron saint again.
I think she sat underneath it.
Yes, exactly. She sat underneath it. And Viera did some elf stuff walking around the tree, and we're like, alright, okay, let's go. And then I think at that point we went to, at least Samira and Cassius went to the bathhouse. the bathhouse slash brothel.
Beforehand, during the walk to the tree, I think Vera struck up a conversation about Layla. And
Did she? About who?
Yeah.
Yep.
About Layla, yeah.
About who?
That was
and
before we got to the tree, actually.
Yeah,
Vera
and,
asked what the deal was with Layla and how that all ended.
yeah,
and got
Cassius,
some furtive glances from Samira, so she quietened up and stopped asking questions.
Yep. And there started the circle.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that definitely happened. Okay. Yes. Then afterwards, Samira and Cassius went to the bathhouse brothel, or the other way around. I don't know the order. And Viera went to basically take care of the rooms. So I'll go do that for him first. She went to the inn, asked the crew if they already got rooms. They told her that we'd be sleeping in bunk beds and that we could share with Hilda, the twins, and Jinx, I believe. And as long as Cassius didn't wave his finger around, which he's prone to do, because of course that's what he does every time. And Vera was like, alright, sounds perfect. She took care of the rooms, and then she actually went out to track Layla, apparently. That's what we heard later, or that's what we know from Vera's perspective. I don't think he told Cassius and Samira that she was actually that she saw her, and that Ibrath could track her through scent.
You were there in the conversation with Layla where she pointed out that Ibrath was the one who tracked her.
Yeah, exactly.
So you do know that she tracked her.
Yeah, but then that probably was in that same time frame, but I don't think you explicitly said, no, yeah, I tracked her during that hour while you were in the bathhouse.
That's what she did. Yeah, that's what she did.
And in the meantime, Samira and Cassius had a nice bath. A good conversation about... What was it about, actually? It was about a bunch of things. I think I primarily remember Cassius opening up a little bit about Layla.
Yeah.
How it was, and he was kind of annoyed that there was no closure, that she basically left, and Samira basically said, well, now we know how it feels like, maybe, a little bit. I guess he was like, and Samira also talked a little bit about the night the night before, or there was 2 nights before, in Karbach, where Samira had her drunken night, and basically asking if Samira was okay, and Samira told that she had another kind of like remembrance coming up from one of her other friends, who she later described as being a huge woman, like big and bulky. That was the one that died, right? I think so.
Yeah. Mean tough bitch, but sweet as hell.
Mean tough bitch, exactly. Did I miss? I think there was something else, but I can't remember.
I think we had a small chat about tattoos.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and also the willingness for Samira to kill for whatever Cassius wanted.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's also an important thing.
How can I forget? And yeah, then I think Cassius and Samira went back to the inn and waited for Viera there because she was still needed to come back. And I think they started eating the lamb stew and lamb roast. And then Viera came back. We had a
goat stew.
Goat stew.
Yep.
I'm sorry. It was goats, not sheep.
Wrong animal.
Goat, sheep, whatever. They're both woolly.
Wow.
And yeah, then we actually had kind of a quiet-ish evening. But at some point, Bo told Cassius that he saw Layla.
Yeah,
I think that was actually... Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that was maybe not at that exact point, but he was like... Yeah, I think when we were in the room, because he kind of like popped out of the bag and was like, oh, I'm also here. I sneaked in. It was perfect. And by the way, I saw your girlfriend. And Cassius was like, okay, perfect. I know what I'm gonna do tonight. And everyone went to sleep, sort of.
Not just yet. Afterwards.
Afterwards, yeah. Did I miss something in between there? Was there something?
I don't think anything in between. Just that Viera still gets seasick, and after Cassius left, they had their own conversation. But yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But I wasn't there, so you have to fill that one in. So
It was very short and was basically Vieira knows Layla's in town. Should I tell Cassius?
Yeah, and
the answer was yes.
Yeah, and Samira clearing up that look that she gave earlier.
Yep.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, and then Cassius had a nice night looking for Layla, trying to find her. Ended up at what we later found out was an information broker, or at least at the door, and wasn't smart enough to figure out he could use detect thoughts to know the password, but yeah. That was the player mistake, not Cassius' mistake, but he's actually smart.
Now you're gonna remember it forever.
Gonna remember it for fucking ever. I'm gonna read everyone's thoughts. Okay.
Especially because you also have subtle spell and you never use it.
I do use it. I just use it on fucking noble ladies that drop handkerchiefs. Like,
yes.
All right, never mind. I'm done bashing myself.
We digress.
We digress.
Mea culpa,
exactly.
mea culpa, mea maxima culpa.
And then Cassius kind of begrudgingly made his way back to the inn, where he struck up a conversation with Creo, talking a little bit about the signs that he saw, the thieves' cant, and then he actually learned from Creo that Layla was probably staying at a certain inn, which I again forgot the name of. Even
the
during the session.
The Tinkerer and the Barter.
There we go. And then Cassius was alright. The evening is not done yet. But he went up to the room where Samira and Viera were staying with the others and, well, didn't wake up Viera because she was still awake, staring creepily at all the other people sleeping. And, no, she was oiling her bow. And then he asked Viera if she wanted to come with him for an adventure to find Layla. And I think Viera was more like, oh yeah, that's easy. I saw her.
And the circle closes.
Slight awkward pause. Great, he already knows. Don't have to tell him. I kind of knew she was here already. I'm sure I didn't know if I should tell you or not, but now you know. So
yeah, and I think that the takeaway point of that was just
tell me.
And then they went to the inn. The Tinker and the Barter, right? I didn't forget again immediately. Perfect. And we were let in by a nice.
No. Before we went in,
more signs.
There were two.
Yes.
Signs.
One was basically wasn't really described that detailed, but it was a T-scan sign like scrolled into the woodwork or like worked in. And then there was a smaller sign which was more hidden away, which was a triangle with an eye and a scale. And I definitely made a note about that. And then at that point we went in, had to hand in our weapons that we had. Our Viera wasn't armed, Cassius was. Or at least Viera said she wasn't armed. We weren't really checked up on that. Like, no repercussions at all. They didn't really take their job that seriously, but okay.
She wasn't armed. That was obvious.
She was obviously not armed.
Well, you didn't have the hairpin either?
Oh, she had the hairpin. But
Cassius also had the necklace, so...
Yeah.
Handed in her weapons and then got into a nice room with Layla. Ordered some red wine, and we're basically like, okay. Layla was kind of surprised to see them. She wasn't the one that they weren't the one she was expecting. And had a brief conversation, but more what's not really about goodbyes. Layla said goodbyes are messy, which they are. But yeah, then they basically moved on to business because Layla was trying to look for. Well, she had a job, actually, in Tucson, and a rivalry between collectors. Something got stolen by the Samuel Lockwood apparently in the guise of an elf. We don't know if he's an elf for sure. We don't know if that's it's one of his names that we know. But otherwise, something was stolen. We actually later found out it was some sort of map, I believe. But that was at the docks, so I digress a little bit. And then basically Layla asked if Cassius, Viera, and Samira wanted to join for the job. And we decided, or Viera and Cassius decided to go as Samira first. So we asked when we could meet her before she left, and it was in the early before dawn at the docks to give our final confirmation. At that point, we went back to the inn, woke up Samira, and asked her, well, gave her the rundown and asked her if she wanted to join as well. And I think at that point we basically decided already on let's get a little bit more information, but probably yes. And was there something else that was more detailed, like discussed in detail in that conversation?
Nothing in particular, no. I've certainly got no notes about it, just that we had the conversation with Samira. We all preemptively agreed that we would, but we wanted more info first.
Yes, and we wouldn't make a deal, basically. We wouldn't make a promise. If there was a promise involved, we'd probably
no promises,
yeah, exactly.
And then the next thing I've got is just that we went to sleep.
Yeah.
And
yes.
I woke you two up.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And then we went down to the docks.
We got aid from Viera before we arrived there.
Yes, yes, which lasts for 8 hours, so good to know.
So we still got that, so we got it until midday.
And with the casting of the aid, Viera also picked up something from the street, and Samira was distracted by flowers dying, which was a direct result of Viera casting aid, because magic has its price, as we've all heard a couple of times before. So then we made our way to the docks. There was a small little boy with a garage orange scarf looking for his father. Papa. Papa. And, if we were maybe better people, we would have done something about it, but yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, I'll get there. No worries. I'm not condemning us all to the hells yet.
Okay. Just checking.
Just checking. No worries.
I mean, location-wise, you're already in the under of the under.
Gotcha. Spoilers. Then we went up to meet up with Layla. We got a little bit more information. Not the collector who she was working for, but basically that the Samuel Lockwood, or there's like multiple factions in Tucson, and that he might be aligned, but she didn't really know, I believe, with one of these factions. But we were basically outside. Well, we're literally outsiders, but we're also outsiders to this whole game in Tucson. So that would be a new variable.
Yep, plausible deniability. Yes.
Yes, and we also got to know that the two people that she was supposed to meet, they are dead.
Dead. Yep.
They're dead. So pretty nice people we were gonna confront. So yeah, should be fun. And basically we asked if there was any kind of safe houses. We talked a little bit more about the payment, which was 100 per person, 100 per
200 per person per day.
200 per person per day, and it counts in
minimum of 5 days.
Minimum of 5 days, exactly.
And you waived your payment in return for information and
connections.
Connections mostly, yeah.
Layla's giving your share to Viera.
It's fine.
Yes.
Yeah, we also found out that it is a historical map, but not the map that was talked about in Karbark, and also that she got information about this target from the grannies.
Yes, to that. It was connected at least with the grannies. Yes.
Yeah.
It was connected to the same case, and she was on this trail for a longer time, basically.
Yeah.
I think at that point we said, all right, let's do it. We'll meet you in Tucson. She was going to find us, basically. We didn't set a meeting point, I think.
We said we could send messages, didn't we? But this particular time we tried it, it blocked, and we forgot to ask why it didn't work.
Yeah, that was
the location we assumed.
we assumed it was the location because Samira definitely sent a message to Leda before.
Yeah, there
when
was this.
we were at the inn.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like, okay, we didn't go down that line of questioning, but we assume it was the location.
Okay.
And at that point, basically said our goodbyes. Made our
Papa?
way back.
Oh,
Papa. Made our way back past the little boy. Viera then actually approached the guards who were just standing by and letting it all happen. But basically, is someone gonna do something about that boy? And they were like, yeah, he comes here every day, lost his parents in the storm. Can't really contain him, he always finds a way to run out and be at the docks and looking for his father, specifically. And then actually they went to escort him back. Or, well...
yeah, actually,
Put
one
it-
of the guards just grabbed him
put
and
him over his
started-
shoulder. Yeah.
Took it back to the local orphanage, I think.
Yeah. And we were all like, alright. Viera was like, okay, bye. And Cassius and Samir was just like walking ahead already.
Yeah. Job's done.
Job's done. And then a whole bunch of strange shit happened.
In a very short space of time.
It's a very short space of time. I think I got the order correctly in that there was first a guy through from a window.
First
Nope.
was the boot leak.
No,
Nope.
that was all at the same time.
Nope. The first thing
Music.
that happened was that Vieira heard ethereal music and didn't do anything about it.
No, that was
Yes.
all at the same
Was that-
time. It was all at the same time. Viera heard music
Okay.
that you guys didn't hear because her passive perception is out through ours, right? And then Samira didn't notice the guy flying out of the window because she had a hole in her boot and stepped into an icy cold puddle, which drew her attention. And then the leftover was Cassie, who was like, "Oh shit, there was a guy just flown through the fucking window, out through it, like whee!"
And also a noblewoman dropped a handkerchief
Yeah.
with SL initials on it.
SL.
Yep.
Landgravin
Samuel
Sophia.
Lockwood.
No, Landgravin Sophia.
I
Sure.
know, but the connection there is strange.
Sure.
Yeah.
Strange.
Sure, yes.
And
exactly.
then Viera was like, "Hey guys, I've heard of really weird ethereal music for the second time when shit is happening."
Yeah, and when Samira saw like a maid at the shattered window, she wanted to talk with her about what the fuck just happened, but Viera just, no, I don't vibe with this thing, and dropped this off.
Yeah.
Too much strange shit is happening.
Just nope.
We
Just
get
nope.
the fuck out.
Yep, just
Yeah.
nope. You've
And-
got a leaky boot. Let's go to the marketplace. Let's sort that out.
And
now.
that's where we ended it. Like you guys went to
No.
buy stuff.
No, we didn't end it there. We ended it in a tavern when we talked with the crew, and they told us that the suppliers didn't show up.
Ah,
Yes.
yeah.
One
Yeah.
of them didn't show up.
Okay, you actually, you did make it back to the tavern. Okay, good. I
Yeah.
thought you were on the back to the tavern, but like that's
No.
very smart.
New boots were bought.
New bits were bought, flowers were bought and braided in, and we arrived at the tavern.
Yeah.
And I totally didn't take 25 minutes to tell all that, so perfect.
No,
I mean,
it was
it was pretty good without notes. Come on.
Gonna
Alright.
have to start these sessions an hour earlier just for the recap.
We are starting them already an hour earlier for the recap.
But yeah,
We
Yeah.
are.
thanks for the help, everyone.
What?
Very little given.
It's like I love how we started this like game with like 5-hour, 6-hour sessions. There may be sometimes it's an exception, but like we would get tired. And now it's like no, let's do 6 hours every fucking time.
We need 6 hours to actually make some sort of progress. We only we barely covered 12 hours of game time last session in a 6-hour session. So like, come on.
We
Yeah,
suck at
we
playing this
just-
game.
No, we don't suck. We have our own way of doing it. If it means
Yes.
we're taking till level 100, till level 10, at least at level at episode 100, then it takes that long.
You
with
think
sessions.
we're gonna
It
reach
takes
level
long.
10 by episode 100?
I've got news for you, Leo. We're gonna be level 6.
Wait.
Alright,
What did you
alright.
just say? That was a gross underestimation.
So very
Okay,
specific,
okay.
very specific question. Where the fuck are you guys?
We are in the tavern. The crew has just told us that there's been a delay to the departure because one of their suppliers didn't turn up.
Now we're just wondering what to do.
They're trying to find a replacement supplier, and they think that we will be departing around about midday. That was the end, because I listened to that. So.
Okay. Then you are in the tavern.
Oh boy. When shit goes down.
Oh yeah, I also had the bard playing basically. I think by the end, yeah.
Oh, just a reminder for everyone. I don't see you guys in the music stream, so don't forget to click in.
Yep. Going in.
Too many things going on. Crikey. Okay, music stream going.
Notice that
myself for a little
mid-recap
bit,
did not want to interrupt.
Yep.
Okay, and I think it was raining. Yes, it was raining.
Yeah.
Like slightly.
Yeah.
Raining.
Yeah,
Wait,
today
in
and
the
tomorrow is a
tavern?
rainy day.
No, outside.
Yeah, it's raining in the tavern.
Yeah, it's in the tavern. Can't you hear that the rain is like ending, like raining onto the roof? It's like outside.
Pitter patter.
With the pattern, yes, yeah. Okay.
It's not like everything is completely.
Did you? I think you guys
cloth
didn't have
off.
breakfast yet, right?
No, we came back to the tavern for breakfast.
Yeah, but it's basically leftovers where they have like reheated the goat from last night.
That's what you said. That's what you said. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you're getting comfy. You're warming up from outside.
Drying off, especially because we've been walking out in the rain for the last 2 hours.
Not all of the crew are there. Creo is definitely missing, by the way. But because, and that's something you would have been told, he's out trying to find other suppliers, right? Because of their main supplier not showing up. So this is why taking off is delayed. Otherwise, they would have been already starting to go out by now, for sure.
Okay.
Their estimate, if Creo can easily find the supplies they need, which shouldn't be a problem, is around noon. So yeah.
Okay.
You has a chill time.
So, what are we doing now?
I don't know. Did everything. Got you your boots. Got you your flowers. What? Oh yeah, you told us where the flowers are from. Sorry.
Exactly.
Did you? What were the flowers for?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, they're there for my remembrance.
What remembrance?
It's like look at Viera, just seriously.
What?
Well, I wasn't there for whatever your conversation was about.
Didn't I tell you? Oh.
I think you told us at the docks as well, right? Or was it at the bathhouse?
I think it was when I saw those flowers. Maybe you didn't hear that moment.
Oh yeah, because you were like you picked something up, right? Like you were just going off and doing something.
Yeah, I noticed a dead bird in the street.
Oh, okay. Same as the flowers then.
Also, because of the same thing you did, you think?
Yeah.
That's macabre, but okay.
It's just a bird. Yeah. Okay, so it's for Samira's.
Yeah, it's today, at least today in my counting of days, because fuck calendars and days that went by in whatever weird time frame, is another day I'd like to remember someone, and she really enjoyed flowers, so
Wow, you really had everything come along at the same time, didn't you?
Yeah.
Two people dying and a birthday in between.
Yeah, it's not like shit just happens consecutively every year in the same year. It just spread out, but shit happens sometimes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. No worries.
Somebody you remember fondly, I assume?
Yeah, she was she was the bosun of my first crew, and she was there through me growing up, and she certainly had a hand in how I am as a person.
So she was kind of like a role model to you to some degree.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, always good to remember the past.
Sure.
Even if you want to forget it, Cassius, it's still good to remember.
Yeah.
I mean, things shaped you in your past to who you are now, so at least that's something you gotta honor somehow, even if you don't like it.
And maybe that's That's a thing for people who live longer.
Well,
You're the youngest here. You're the youngest here. You have a...
did we establish he's the youngest?
Yes, I think we talked about...
24.
I think he said like something, you don't know your age, but somewhere in the early 20s?
Somewhere, yeah. Probably. I don't know, maybe I aged in the tower. No, I don't think so. I still look good.
I don't think so either. For different reasons.
Kind of just like narrows his eyes, just like thinking about it. What?
She's just got a playful smile on her face.
What the fuck just happened?
Sake. Where's the screaming coming from?
Outside, around the building, from what you know already, because you spent the night here, is the outhouse.
Ooh.
Some of the
Somebody
patrons are
having a
already
rough
getting
morning.
up and heading that way.
Yeah, I just... yeah.
And a moment later, one of the serving benches comes stumbling in through the door. Ah! Quick! There's a dead woman there! Quick! And people starting to head out.
Sorry, what did
She's talking in Celestial. What did she say?
Shinny, I barely understood that.
Well, yeah,
I
Can you say it
just
again?
heard quick. Is something coming out? What?
One of the crew members, it's actually one of the twins, like, I think she said something about dead woman.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Wait, in the shitter?
Yeah, apparently the shitter.
Ooh. That's a way to die.
Like, yeah, the twins, like, kind of grin at themselves and it's like, gotta see that. And they head, that way. The screaming woman is already, like, passed out through the main door and, like, basically you can hear, like screaming for guards. And, like, the screaming, like, getting away in the distance slowly, well,
I'll be right back. Vieira's gonna depart and head upstairs to their room.
Yeah, Samir's just gonna elbow, grasp Cass's elbow, just nudge him to go along. I don't like all these coincidences. Let's follow. I don't want us to be alone.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
A moment later, like, basically because, like, while you were getting up and stuff, the twins had already gone back. Charlotte one of the twins comes back. And then yells, like, across the room at the rest of the crew that is present, "It's fucking Hilda! Come on!"
Oh, shit.
And they all get, like, immediately up.
Okay. Fuck, I think don't think we can ignore this.
No, Vieira, come back down.
Vieira doubles her speed upstairs.
What?
I'm gonna take a look. Maybe there's something.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow Vieira because she's alone currently.
Yeah.
She's got Ibrath with her. Ibrath's following her.
Ibrath.
So she's not alone. Cassius is the one who's alone.
Cassius with the crew.
I'll meet you guys there. If it's Hilda, there's shit's going down. I actually like loosen dagger in a chief, kind of just like, and yeah, be ready. Maybe we should move quickly.
So, just for a reference sakes, it's like a little backside alley, like next to the building. You can squeeze like in between the two buildings, like from the street, but it's easier to get to this part like through the actual back door, where like there is like then a proper like back alley, and there's like the outhouses, because the outhouses were built like adjacent to the building, but not inside the building, and they drain down into the sewers, right? But it's like, okay, so we don't have people stinking up the inside of the tavern. They have built them like outside. Yeah.
But did everyone go outside that door in the tavern? Like, is there like a crowd gathering through there, or no?
The crew is getting there, and it's already like they're keeping a distance from like, as you come from behind, they have like formed basically a block where you cannot see directly what's happening because there's too many people in front of you. But there's like there's a clear distance keeping, especially from the locals. As you're getting kind of the sense that they're like keeping a distance and just waiting to see what's gonna happen.
Yeah, as I still with a hand on the elbow on Cassius as we part ways, I just stay safe, and as I make my way to follow Viera, I cast Sanctuary on him, and I join Viera upstairs.
Like, you have Buddy Jurgen, who's like stumbling back and kind of like, you know, putting a hand to his mouth, being like leaning against the wall, and like visibly trying not to retch.
I'm going to go up to the crowd basically, and can I see her lying on the ground, or do I have to like push my way through?
You kind of gotta squeeze through because the front row is taking up a half of the crew. Like, they're keeping for some reason everyone is keeping a distance. Nobody's like rushing in. So it's like a good, like, they're just outside the door, and then you have like the side alley, then you have the outhouses, right?
Okay. I kind of just like see if there's one that's not vomiting, or okay. So can I? Okay, I'm gonna first make it through to actually that I can see her.
Okay, so you kind of squeeze yourself, and like the crew itself, like the people who are seeing this, they like half of them are already like gone because they couldn't stomach whatever they saw, right? Some people like turned around, like similar to Jurgen, was like bleh, right, and couldn't actually keep it in at all. I mean, luckily it was the morning, so it wasn't like super full like it was the previous night. So it's like not that much of commotion, but like the crew is taking it better. Not all of the crew is there, of course. But they're clearly disturbed. There's like push between them, and they're in shock and just standing there and looking, and then you finally push through. And it's basically the middle stall, right? It's open. And from the door, like the cobblestone in front, the door frame is covered in this like black tarry substance. And she's sitting there with like, she didn't even get to seemingly, either she was already like getting dressed, or she didn't even get to like, you know, drop her pants. She's just sitting there backwards in this like frozen visage of pure fear. And like, you know, just no breathing. She's like just sitting there, pale, clearly dead, right? No visible wounds. Just this like frozen, like, you know, visage of fear. But nobody remembers the scream except for the woman who found her, of course.
So just before too much else happens, Elisha is bolting upstairs to literally draw her dagger of venom and a short sword, so that she has some weapons on her. And then she's turning and bolting back downstairs. So Samira is going to be playing a game of chase. Basically, as you get to the room, she's going to be pushing her way out past you to head back downstairs again.
Seeing your weapons, I just quickly grab mine off like the bedside table.
Ibrath is doing exactly the same, but he's a lot faster moving than I am, so he can easily keep up.
Basically people downstairs like stumbling away, because even with the kitty cat looking tame and stuff, the kitty cat rushing up and down,
moving fast. People are out of the way.
Yeah, okay, I'll join you on the chase back downstairs then, with my own weapons on.
Yeah, Vera doesn't have them drawn. She's just basically pulled them her belt on. Yeah. That has a dagger and a short sword in it.
Ooh,
and then
Abel dropped. I think he's having problems again.
Oh no.
We should wait because he's in the middle.
Because this is important.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Sorry. Oh, fuck my life, really. Okay. Sorry about.
Did you miss anything? Did you need?
The last thing I heard was Black Tarry Subtum's frozen visage of pure fear.
Okay. The only thing that happened after that is I said that before too much else happens with you guys downstairs, Viera is basically running at full speed up into the room to grab weapons, turning around, playing a game of dodgems with Samira and Ibrath, to then run back downstairs to get outside to where the body is. As fast as she...
and to reiterate, Abel, there is no visible wounds on Hilda. Okay. She's just like frozen
dead.
She's visibly in a visage of fear. She's visibly dead. It's like pale, like really fucking pale, right?
Is it okay? I as a player know it's similar to how Viera, did she describe Tiberius as this?
No.
With the frozen visage of fear? Okay.
Frozen visage of fear, yes. The black tarry substances, no.
Yeah, this I was sure. You didn't mention the black tarry substance, but yes, the visage of fear, and no open wounds, basically. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's like what you see, and yeah, everyone keeping a distance, basically.
Yeah. At this point, same.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Viera's just going to come bolting downstairs, and if there are people in her way, she's going to use the most commanding, authoritative voice she's got to say, move.
I'm
so
giving you
she can get
advantage
through them
because you
as
have a fuck off
fast as
pan for
possible.
next to you, so roll me an intimidation, please.
Yeah, since I'm right behind, I'm just
Yeah,
storming
okay. I
again
mean,
as well.
people are
Yeah.
like shaken enough to like instinctively move.
Yeah.
Mhm. And she's basically going to bolt straight up to the body. Doesn't care about smells or all the rest of that.
Roll me dex save because the crew will try to grab you if you try to push past. Like an acrobatics check.
Dex what?
Acrobatics check.
Acrobatics.
Yeah.
Just acrobatics.
Okay, yeah.
Without advantage. My bad.
Yeah.
That's what I clicked from the previous one.
That was
It's still
the 18. It's
still
the
an 18. It was the first roll. So.
Okay. Okay. So you push
So
past.
she's running up to the body. She's gonna do. This is a very high series of checks in succession, but she's gonna do a medicine check to see if she can determine how long she's been dead. Like, did she die in the last minute?
Okay. You gotta get across the puddle of tar. It's a hop. It's not too bad, but like, yes. Roll me a medicine check. You can't tell.
I'm going to use my fate point to re-roll it.
Okay.
There we go.
Come on, be of use. Yes, first time it's been of use.
You would say it's an hour or two.
Oof.
Somewhere before dawn.
Okay.
Within the hour before dawn, sometime.
At that point, she's just gonna back up and shake her head.
Like, it basically happened sometime after you already left the room, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, as she backs up, I'm basically gonna like take her arm and like move her a little bit back. Into
The crew is like, don't get anywhere close. Basically, to explain, like, guards are coming and you don't want to touch anything around it.
No, she's too far gone. I was gonna see if I could. If she'd literally just died, I could probably have brought her back.
One of the twins is the one, like Charlotte, basically is gonna let everyone know that she's gonna go and get Panacea and Vivare because they're on the ship.
Are they on the ship? Samira, can you check the state of the ship?
She curses and then basically asks more people to follow her from the crew. And she's gonna pick...
Vinny's not on the ship, I can't check, I'm sorry, but I can send a quick message to one of them.
Yeah, she's gonna go with Hastrad and Karl Heinrich.
Yeah, do it, Samira. Check.
Sorry, which of the people are on the ship?
Panacea and Vivare.
Mm-hmm.
Panacea is the
Okay.
doctor. You've seen her a couple
Okay.
times.
Okay, I'll sending to Panacea and just make way to Tavern. It's important. Hilda died. We don't know what happened. Please come.
There's a moment of nothing, right? And what happened? And like it's this like disturbed, shocked mental voice. And we're on the way.
She knows, I told her, but I can't give her any more messages now. I'm sorry. They're on the way. I tell to the rest of the crew they're on the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I start to signal the ones that are coming, like, that they can meet her and go with them, basically. They should meet her in between and then come back with her.
Yeah, you can see like that the crew is like although they have been shown to be capable sailors and stuff, they're in this like in-between thing, especially with the absence of Creo. I mean, Hastrid is like already taking over, and the woman's like, okay, sit down, don't move. The three of you go to the docks and wait for Panacea and Vivarin and bring them over, right? So like, Hastrid is already like taking over because he's the first mate. So like, you know, but they're all visibly shaken. Jurgen is taking it really rough. You can see like the thing of him like going and retching is not so much what he saw, but the sheer shock of finding her suddenly dead, right?
Yeah.
Are there still people watching? Are there still people around outside of the crew?
Yeah. There's a few that can stomach
I'll
it.
I'll just start making my way towards the people and just, you gather in the inn and leave the people here. This is not something to gawk at.
As she's doing that, I'm going to cast subtly detect thoughts, and I'm gonna scan as many people as I can for surface thoughts of anything that's not shock, basically. So,
well, there's a mixture of disgust, shock, and curiosity in various shapes and forms, and bleh, right, as well.
Yeah.
And like wondering like where the guards are, because but it's been like only a minute or two, so and as you're doing that, basically you can already hear a commotion from outside, and then a moment later the door opens and a familiar sight. It's a bit weird. It's a mixture of the city guards with the you know, armor and the tabards and stuff, and they like swarm in, and they like immediately start dividing the people off to the side, like back away, make room, you know, getting you out of the door, because the that's like a, you're like in the short, like the most narrow space is that back door and that little side alley to the, you know, to the outhouses. So like they're making sure that you are all cleared out. Viera, are you still having the weapons out?
They were never out.
Okay.
They were just, she picked them up because she was unarmed.
Okay, Dave will have two guards who like, that cat, whoever it belongs to, secure it.
Mm-hmm. She's just gonna lead a breath back out into the main street.
They're not
around by the front door.
No, nobody's leaving the tavern. They're leaving. Everyone who's down the tavern is staying in the tavern.
We're not in the tavern, are we?
Yes, you are.
We were outside.
But you were sat in the side alley behind the tavern, so you, in order to get, like, you can squeeze through a very tight space in between the two buildings, but the way to get out from there is actually for the back door. I did explain this, like, earlier.
Okay, sure.
Like, yeah, you could, like, squeeze out between the buildings, but it would be weird because you literally have to, like, walk sideways between two buildings to squeeze out from that side.
Yeah, I misunderstood what this all looked like, so
Yeah.
that's fine. She'll just head into the tavern then. That's fine.
Yeah,
Just heading with fear.
Yeah.
And I'm
Pulley breath under the table so that he's out of the
Yeah.
way.
actually, as soon as the guards rushed in, I quit the detect thoughts, actually. Just so it wasn't lingering, I just, like, stopped it.
Followed by that securing, because they clearly left the door open for something or someone. There is two members, what you now recognize as the local clergy. They're wearing the black robes, right, of the local priests. But they come in through the door. They give, like, two male Asimar. They give, like, everyone, like, a long glance over, and then they step aside. And behind them comes in a woman. Also Asimar, you know, pale hair, tied up in a bun, very strict looking. She's tall. She looks very serious, and she is actually wearing the same style of robes, but in white. And I'm gonna share a picture. Show players.
Nice.
And that's actually what she looks like as well. And you catch an introduction from one of the two other priests, because the owner of the inn is there, right? Of her being called Bishop Liebgard. And it's kind of like, the moment that name is spoken, you hear like a murmur going through like the local crowd of like, oh, it's Bishop Leapguard. Yeah, oh yeah, it's good. Like, yeah, it's awesome. Like, she's good. So basically, she's known. You that is immediately clear that she's like a known person in the town. And that's her. So basically, she also takes a good glance around and then leans sideways, basically mouthing, where's the body? And then beelines for the back, followed by the two other priests. And she basically gives like the commands, okay, secure the witnesses, take statements, usual protocol, we're gonna investigate the body. And then she has the two priests basically close the door. So they can do this in peace without people gawking, so to say.
Pierre's just going to start picking at the food, leftovers, breakfast that obviously was interrupted.
Yeah, just sit with VR and Samira, and basically, but I'm keeping an eye on the crew, an eye on everyone. Basically, I'm just still scanning, kind of see if anyone looks. Gonna do like a general insight check of like scanning the room if anyone's like reactions is standing out.
Yeah,
except
sure.
for either like nonplussed or in shock. But I want to scan for basically something that that wouldn't belong in a situation like this.
Roll me insight check. No, what you can see falls under the usual range of like I said, shock, disgust, disturbance, some curiosity of like the you always have individuals that are not that bothered by seeing that things or unusual stuff. Nothing that's like crassly standing out as like, okay, this is not normal.
Okay, gotcha.
I'll keeping my eyes on the entryway, basically waiting to see how the interaction is gonna go with the rest of the crew that's gonna come soon, since the guards.
They arrive about half an hour later, stopped by the guards at the door, right? Until it's made clear that Hilda is basically one of, because the guards has already started, taking statements, and they're let in after it's made clear that they're also part of the same crew as the woman found in the back alley. So they let them then in, right? And they start taking statements of like, who is she? Name, blah blah, what we were doing, like the usual, like what you would also expect in the police, real world. Who are you? Where are you from? What was your business in the city? What was happening? Do you know what happened last night? Has anyone seen her right before her death? And stuff like. Basically, they're starting with the crew first, and then they're making their way rounds, and eventually they will get to you, especially because the three of you were sharing the same room as Hilda, right? Which they have figured out by then. They're not really grilling anyone. They're just taking statements of like comparing them, taking notes, they're not harsh. They're serious. They're very professional. They're also polite, you get the sense like you had similarly, maybe in Karbak they were a bit more forceful because, somebody exploded into dust. But the guard here seems to be professional and serious and on it, right? Capable. But like they also know nonsense, right?
Thinking back to when Viera woke up and woke the others up, does she remember Hilda being in the room?
Yeah, she was sleeping.
Okay. She will obviously tell them that. Obviously that we woke up sometime around 2 hours before dawn.
So yeah, basically they will give you more questioning at this point because you did leave.
We did. We headed down to the docks to meet an old friend before they departed.
They will also ask who the friend is.
I only know her first name is Layla. I don't know her surname. She was traveling to Tucson, I believe.
Yeah.
I think is where she was heading.
I think so, yeah.
Can you describe the ship? that she took?
No.
Do I even
No.
remember?
We
She
parted ways.
Yeah,
before
you
she
saw
left.
her. You saw her getting on the ship.
Then we'll say that.
Yeah, yeah.
Do I know the name of the ship?
No, you don't. And because
Given that
none
I
of
have
you.
Really? Given that I have a 20 passive perception?
Did you pay attention? Because you guys
That's the sort of stuff that she would pay attention to, because this is Layla.
Okay.
Happy to roll it.
No, it's fine. It was the finger dancer.
She would also hand that info over. She was saying.
You will actually catch some recognition with some of the guards, by the way. It seems to be a local ship. Like, no.
Mhm.
They were like, okay, yeah. And write it down.
Yeah, I'll remark that we went to a flower shop and a cobbler here, if they want to know where we went after before we returned.
There were also some of the guards on the gate, who I had a conversation with about a lost orphan on the dock crying for mother and father. If you're looking for
after
time and
you
place
point
of
this
where we are.
out, one of the guards will like basically wave off one of the guards in the background to basically go find the two on shift that have been on shift to basically find them and get the statement from them.
Yeah.
And then we came here immediately after that. And
no, not immediately. We went to the
We
market
went to the
first with the flower
marketplace.
yeah,
shop.
the market,
and
but
a
after
cobbler.
the market, after the cobbler, after buying the flowers, we went back, and then we heard the
We
commotion.
came back here.
Yeah, we talked with the rest of the crew here, so they can agree that as we arrived, we met with them immediately.
So an hour into this, because again, they swarmed the inn, so they had enough people to like interview people at the same time. So it takes less time than like two guards going one by one, right? 1 hour in, the back door will open. Like the tavern owner will like jump up as well as the crew is like, okay, these are the people who were in the alley. And one of the two male priests comes in and basically gives a few orders to contact the episcopes and get something to carry the body. They will take it to the morgue. They need to do a better investigation, like a deeper, like in-depth, a more thorough examination of the body. That they can't do it in the alley. And the door is closed as like a couple of guards rush off.
Is Bishop what's her name coming through, or is she?
No, she's in the back. Yeah.
Question: who of the crew has all rejoined? Because a couple already were not here as well.
Creo is not there yet.
Okay.
But you also know that Creo was out and about in the city to basically find supplies.
Yeah. That's fine.
So it's at this point it's like all of them, minus Larrabee.
Oh, okay.
And Hilda, of
Probably
course.
be the one that killed her.
It's not.
Interesting. Oh, you don't know that.
It's out of character. I'm sorry. Go on.
Yeah. What you doing? Because you have a braver at the moment.
Yeah. Can I count that as getting my spells back during that hour?
Yeah.
Short rest.
It is what they short rest, yes.
Because I used both of them. Nice.
Can get my favorite party gods back. Yeah.
Nice.
I can get my wild shit. Oh wait, no, I haven't used it. Vieira's just picking at breakfast and waiting for Bishop, what's her name, to come back in.
Yeah. Okay. Did you comment anything about the body? Because they were asking you like how you found her, blah blah blah. You know what happened when she was found.
She will point out that she approached the body to determine how long ago it had died, because it's possible for her to revive them if they had recently died. But it was at least an hour or more from the point at which we found the body.
Yeah, at this point they will start actually asking if you're magic practitioners as well as your friends.
I am. Yes.
And they will ask what kind, right? What you're capable of.
Druid, nature magic.
Same for Samira and Cassius. Like, are you magic practitioners as well as your friend?
Mm-hmm. Arcane.
Specify,
what was-
please.
Yes, I have emanate the magic and then I let the light cantrip basically.
Yeah,
Show them
they
the
will just
innate.
not. They will not. They're not interrogating you, but they will not be like, "Oh yeah, you can do a light show thing," and then not ask you further questions. They will ask you specifics of like, "What can you do?" What because at this point, anyone is potentially a suspect. You get that, right? It's not even a malicious thing. It's like anyone who was here, and especially you guys who shared the room and then mysteriously walked out right before this happened.
Vera will also point out that we were traveling on their ship as travelers heading to Tucson. So we knew her. That's the only reason that Vera tried to see if she could do something about it and determine how far gone she was.
Like I said, the questioning is not malicious. It's not interrogation, but they're taking everything down and into account. So they will not like, oh yeah, you can do a light cantrip and then let go of you. They will want specifics the moment you admit that you're a magic practitioner. So I'm asking what you're revealing, all three of you.
Yeah, I'll try. I don't know how to say this in characterly, but I try to pass it off as innate, basically sorcerously magic, because they don't want to go into patronage warlock thing.
Yeah, but they will ask you for specific abilities, right? As well.
I can message people from far off distance. I messaged the rest of the crew, and I mostly have supporting things like I can in a way shield my friends as I did and just show like sanctuary I will describe, which I explained that I used on Cassius as he went to investigate before me.
And Cassius?
Restoration type magic, curing wounds, identifying magic items, summoning small familiars. That sort of thing.
Where's Bo, by the way?
In my backpack?
Okay.
I'm not mentioning Vinny, and Vinny is hidden currently.
Yeah. Nobody's going through belongings yet, by the way, right?
Actually, can I ask Bo mentally, as soon as the guards kind of like disappear, can I ask him to briefly take a rest, so like, because he can go into his own little dimension thingy, right?
Mm-hmm.
As a familiar. As soon as they're basically, if there's like no one looking in our direction. Actually, do I know if it makes a sound when he does it?
It doesn't make a sound.
When he goes. It does make a sound?
It does not make a sound.
Does not.
I don't see why it would. Unless you want to go,
No. That was exactly what I was asking, and no. No, so if it doesn't make a sound, I'll just mentally ask him to just...
No, because it's not described, it does make a sound, so I'm not imposing it on you.
Okay, perfect. Then I asked him to just like briefly...
Shit is not a dick.
Just asking.
Yeah, knowing that there's magic use, especially in Karbak, that looked at us and saw basically a magic thing, I'm gonna send Vinny as well, basically vanishing into the tattoo and gone.
Okay, so you did a short rest? Doing anything?
Nope, just waiting.
Okay.
Looking as honest as we are.
About 15 minutes later, the guards come back with a whole bunch of more priests in the black robes, but they look a bit more utilitarian. They're all wearing gloves, masks, and stuff. There's like a carry, what you call that? For like bodies and injured people.
Stretcher?
Stretcher. Thank you.
No worries.
Yeah, they're carrying a stretcher with like a linen bag, basically. And then the guards like open the door, help them out, and you hear like strict female voice, like subdued because like it's behind the building, and but the door is like ajar, so you can hear it like give instructions on how to lift, be careful, don't touch that, blah blah blah, basically what you would expect from somebody in charge who's like very keen on making sure that they don't fuck up, right? And then you see basically them carrying out the body, and then another hour or so passes because they seem to be collecting or scrubbing it down, whatever is there. You hear like you have like priests coming in, recruiting people from the inn, like other like the serving wenches, the inn owner, to get buckets and stuff and start cleaning. They're very like keen on not leaving a potential health hazard behind, right? So they took all the evidence they could, and now they're like scrubbing it down, which is another hour. Within that hour, Creo comes back, and then he hears the bad news, and then he also gets questioned, which is like another good hour. He is taking it like it hits him, and you can see the immediate like determination of like slipping into the captain and taking charge of the situation and getting his shit together, not losing it. Reassuring his crew, but also like handling the guard, answering questions, and that kind of stuff. And it's a good another hour before like you see then the entire procession of priests leaving, then the woman following them, Bishop Leapguard, giving final instructions after she has like listened to a statement like from one of the guards, basically summarizing all the statements, and then she will turn to the entire crowd of people and be like, none of you is a direct suspect. We will determine the source of this incident. In the meantime, please do not leave the city. We have marked down that you are resident in this tavern and inn. We might call on you for more information. I'm sorry that this happened. My condolences to the crew and friends. Thank you for your cooperation. And then she will nod to everyone, like give like a head bow while keeping her body straight, and then turn around and like basically people are opening the door for her, and she strolls out. And then you have another round of guards making sure that like the people who do not live here, that they know where they live, right? And just basically repeating that you shouldn't suddenly get lost, kind of implying this would make you an immediate suspect, right? And then they leave. A lot of the patrons leave with that, by the way, because too much excitement.
Okay. Can I see who of the crew is taking it the worst?
Jürgen.
Basically? Jürgen?
Yeah.
And this is like...
Jürgen
like...
and Erica, the cook.
Yeah.
She's like full on crying. The twins are like around her, hugging her. Jinx is there, right? Jürgen is taking it by far the hardest. But to be fair, Jürgen seems, as far as you know, the closest to Hilda of the entire crew. So that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna basically go up to him and just place a hand on his shoulder and just sit with him. If he wants to talk, I'll let him talk, but just sit with him.
The owner will also start like pulling out wine and stuff, like despite it being early morning, like, here, this is on the house, because this happened in their inn. They're not too happy about it, right? Because nobody knows what happened yet. It's spooky circumstances, and the inn owner is unsure that it might be something that might fall back on them negatively.
Seeing what Cassis is doing for Jürgen, I'll just stand up and take one of the flowers out of my braid, just lay it on the floor in front of the outhouse, and just join Erica to do the same for her.
Okay. Mm-hmm. What's Viera doing? Chris is like gone.
Viera is sitting quietly in the tavern, keeping an eye on everyone, including the shadows.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and just staying alert generally.
So is Kriya, by the way, and Hastrid as well. They're kind of quietly in the background, supporting the crew, but also keeping an eye on everything.
Is Kriya at any distance from the other crew members at any point, like sitting on his own where a quiet conversation wouldn't be overheard?
Yeah. Joined on and off by Hastrid.
Mm-hmm. Mira's going to wander over and sit down next to him. And kind of give him a sidelong glance that says something along the lines of, I've seen this before. And then when they are alone, in a very hushed tone, she's going to say, is this revenge?
He will like take you basically like, can you help me with something upstairs? Right.
Sure. Vera will shout over to Cassius and Samira, I'm just going to go upstairs and help Kriya with something. I'll be down in a minute.
Basically giving her a look like, you good?
She gives a reassuring nod.
I'll just watch to see if Ibraf is joining her and going upstairs, and then just nod, am I okay?
Ibrath is never more than 3 feet from her side.
Yeah.
Figured.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's the same. It's the same. What do you know about what happened to the gnome?
He had a look of fear on his face.
And the black
and he
shit.
was dead.
Yes.
And there was black tar on the windowsill. Yes. Very acutely aware of all of that.
There's no ship that is as fast as we are. Whatever the fuck this is, it's fast.
But you've been taking your time, so...
Fair.
Other ships
But even
may
so,
have kept up.
No. Even with us taking time, they can't keep up.
The ability to move magically?
That is a disturbing thought, yes.
Or it's a bigger network of people, and for some reason they believe you're responsible for the gnome and they're taking revenge, or it's paid to take revenge, or...
That's just guesswork. I don't fucking know.
The motives, well, the method is the same. So I think it's safe to assume the killer is the same.
I wish I was there to take a look at the body before the bishops came in.
I had a very good look at the body.
When
She
did she
died
die?
about an hour before we found her, give or take. Because if it had been within a minute, then I could have brought her back. But
I'll make sure that none of the crew is alone ever. You shouldn't be there.
Everyone moves in trios, not duos. If you've got them.
That's a same thought. Same thought. He kind of like rubs his face.
Mm-hmm.
First the supplier, not this.
Not the only people who've died in town tonight.
It's great. Apparently all the fucking chaos is following us from Penguin.
Apparently so. But it's not affecting just us. Some of Layla's contacts were killed too.
Do you know their names? Did she say anything?
You know Layla. She doesn't give that information. No, she doesn't have to.
She gives like you, a grim
I'd
smile.
wager. Just like you.
We all have our secrets.
We do. Is there anything we can do to help in the meantime? Obviously, we're not allowed to leave until they say we can, but we can prepare to leave because something about your supplier went missing.
The supplies are on the way. We should have all of them. They need to be shipped over.
Okay.
To the boat. They are at the docks and ready.
Is there any kind of... I don't know what your customs are for a crew member dying. Are there any rites that you need performed or anything like that?
Well, we have to wait for the body to be released from the morgue.
Mm-hmm. Is that likely to be today? Probably not.
Probably not. It depends on whatever the fuck happened to her.
Okay.
They
Well,
have better people here than we have in Penven, so it should be on top of it. But yeah, once we have the body, we'll take her out to sea.
Okay.
The sea is... We live on the sea, we die on the sea. We put our bodies back to the sea. Fucking shitter. She died in the fucking shitter. And he gonna shake his head.
Well, if you're gonna send a message...
You get this, like, low key of, like... by the way he, like, tenses his jaw, that is, like, a simmering fucking rage. But he's, like... really
He's
good
containing
at yeah. He's really good at holding it in.
I know a spell that might give us some information, but I don't know how useful it would be.
What's it?
I would have to wait until tomorrow, though. If there's any kind of plant life at all anywhere near that outhouse, then I can ask it for information.
Could like they bleached the entire thing back there.
Yeah, so anything that was there is probably dead now. Shame, really, given that they probably just destroyed the only real chance at information.
They have ways. I know they have ways.
Yeah.
I know that woman. Luckily, never dealt with her in person.
Is it worth her knowing that this might be connected to the death in Daria as well? I don't know if that would help or hinder.
Honestly, I think I'd rather have them know it than implicating any of us. So I'll make my way over to the garrison and let them know. Last thing I need is, like, after we got the pardon that you have the clergy on my back.
Yes. Yeah.
Either way, are you alright?
We're all fine. Little bit surprised, I think. We obviously didn't know Hilda anywhere near as well as you guys did, but she was a crew member all the same. So, our condolences, really, for your loss.
We grew up together. We did everything together.
I think Jürgen's probably going to take it the hardest. He seemed the closest.
Yes. Gotta give him something to do.
Need to keep his hands occupied.
Oh yes. Tends to get.
I suspect he might go looking for whoever did it otherwise.
Yes, he tends to get into trouble.
Yes.
Whoever it is to take Hilda without a fight is serious. She's not a weak woman. She was not a weak woman. He corrects himself grimly.
Yep. Well, I think when any of us is caught off guard, we're probably not going to put up as much of a fight as we normally do.
Alright, thank you for the information. If you get wind of anything else, if I get wind of anything else, we'll share.
Yeah.
He gives you, like, a nod of, like, appreciation, right?
Mm-hmm. Creo. Traveling in trio applies to you too.
He gives you a grim grin and nods.
Nowhere on your own, please. Last thing we need is the ship's captain going.
Alright.
Take Halfstad with you, at least.
And then, like, he starts turning, like, to walk downstairs. Unless you have more to say.
No, not at this current time.
Yeah. And to make it clear, you're not prisoners in a tavern. You're allowed to leave the tavern. It's just, like,
Just not town.
Just don't move town. Don't go to don't make it difficult for the guards to find you again, right?
Yeah.
Don't go to the mountains, okay.
Yeah, don't board a ship and disappear.
Actually, it's like a little bit into probably that conversation is just like, at some point I'll go over to Samira. And it's moment.
Of course, and just follow wherever he goes, either to the table.
Yeah, just
yeah.
like a corner, or just actually just outside.
Okay, yeah.
A little
Join
bit.
him there.
Can you send a message to Layla that will be probably in this town for at least a day, maybe more. Tell her what happened at least. And that will be there as soon as we can.
I'll let her know we'll be delayed. And since I got my spells back, I can send it right now.
If you can. She deserves to know, I think, and also she's waiting on us, so.
Hey Layla, we're gonna be delayed. Unfortunately, somehow Hilda died just today. We don't know what's the cause, but we have to stay for the investigation.
Is the 25 words?
I think that's 23
Investigation.
or something.
Investigation is 23.
Yeah, 23 exactly. My condolences. 25.
Nice.
Okay, there's a moment, and then she goes like, "Well, shit. I cannot get back right now. Keep me up to date. Stranger danger."
I'll tell Cassis what she replied.
Kind of just grin at that.
Yeah.
She's right. Should really, actually, on that note, let's move back inside.
Yeah.
But yeah, should stay close to each other.
I don't like what's happening as of late, so yeah, let's keep body system all the time.
Yeah, even what we were doing before, two of us, but I think we should just all stay together with Vera and the breath.
Yeah, that's the best. I mean, as much as two of us together is good, one of them to call for help or something to get extra support is always a good idea.
It's at least something.
Yeah.
We need to set up watches again as well.
Of course. I'll make sure that additionally to us, Vinny and Bo maybe are a good idea as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Bo doesn't need sleep, so.
Yeah. This fucking sucks.
Matteo is currently alone on the ship. Poor donkey.
Oh my god, we need to get to Matteo to feed him!
Kind of just like raise my eyebrows.
Yeah, we don't know how long we're gonna be stuck here. No one's on the ship right now. Oh.
They're gonna ship stuff over to the boat anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe we can ask one of the crew members to, or where's the frog?
I don't know. I didn't see him.
All right, maybe they can ask the frog to take care of the donkey.
Yeah.
Get all our stuff is there as well.
Yeah, all of our stuff too. I think that it's best next time we go to the ship ourselves. We need to pick up everything up if we're not gonna be in the ship for a while. Yeah.
Yeah. Thing is, I would send Bo over, but I cannot communicate with him over that long distances. Can you send Winnie?
I don't know how. Okay, I'm gonna send Vinny. Yeah. I think they're gonna have to make their way somehow onto the ship. Maybe just pilot some sort of scrap of
Well, I mean,
wood.
they did say they're gonna. Well, no, Creo did say to Viera. Viera should be back. No, not back by now. Never mind. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm gonna send Vinny ahead to see. Like they're gonna make their way on the ship somehow. Okay, and summon Vinny again to peek out through the tattoo and just let them know. Somehow go to the ship and just let me know when you arrived. Stay safe. Just
And-
off they go.
At least send Bo with him. They can help each other out.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's like we could go outside again. Take Samira with me.
Yeah, I think we were just at the door frame and we could
Yeah,
keep
the door
talking,
frame
just-
is like, all right,
Yeah.
turn back around, go a little bit to the side, and basically ask Bo to come back, plop him out, and ask him telepathically. So Bo,
Yes, Chief.
just can you go with Winnie back to the ship? Just help him keep an eye out, guard our stuff.
Yes, Chief.
Just give him a salute.
He gives you a salute, waits for Vinny to pop out, right?
Yeah.
And then you watch a series of... Can you roll me a stealth check with advantage for Bo, please?
All right. Yes, if he'll need it, he'll do pass without a trace as well.
Yeah. He would absolutely do it at this point.
Yes. Stealth check. All right.
I mean, Vinny would cover
Yeah, this is
Bo
why
to give
advantage,
make
yeah.
it extra dark.
So that's
Yeah.
gonna be a 27 with pass without a trace.
Yeah. So
Nice.
basically, you watch him do like doom 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 doom, like behind, like table legs and into shadows and out of the shadows. Oddly enough, not beelining for the door, but for the kitchen. And then, good like 15 minutes later, coming back with a wooden bowl that fits Bo inside of it.
Makes sense.
But it's
Yeah,
like
over the water.
Yeah. But Bo is like carrying it like on top of his head. And Win is like helping by like guiding him so it's not bumping into tables, right?
This is amazing.
And they're like timing it so that nobody sees them. And then they like wait until somebody opens the door and they slip out. And they also got like, and Win is like carrying 2 wooden spoons for like, paddle. And then they're gone.
Yeah, good, yeah.
Because is at this point is basically just like suppressing the same laughter that I'm showing right now. It's just like
Yeah, at least it's like lifting, the mood of the dark moment, right?
Yeah, they'll let me know when they've arrived.
I think they'll be all right.
They're plenty capable.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Sure they are.
Yeah, and by then Viera should be back as well.
Yeah, I think we're gonna join her on the table again that we sat previously.
Mm-hmm.
We sent Vinny and Bo ahead to the ship to make sure to keep an eye on our stuff.
We should probably make our way over there anyway.
I know, but in intermediate, we need to deal with Mateo as well. But just as no one is on the ship right now,
Yeah, we need to feed Mateo because the crew said that it was our job to look after him. We also need to clean out his little box as well. So.
In the meantime, Creo is ordering basically Erica, Jurgen, and Jinx to stay behind, and he's picking up everyone else. And it's like, okay, we gotta get the cargo onto the ship. And they waltz off, and basically with orders that like if the guards come back and ask where they are, they're just putting the cargo back on the ship, and they will be back.
Oh, we should join to get a ride back to the ship.
Creo
as well.
will help.
Oh, all right. Who's coming?
All of us.
All 4 of us.
All right. Well, let's get going. It's gonna need a few tours. We cannot fit all into the boat all at once.
Yeah.
That's
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're gonna arrive sooner at the ship than 2 of them.
Well, I mean, at this point, you're actually walking. You would walk past them because they're small. They don't walk that fast, right? But you would basically catch up to them, and so you will see, like, Bo off the coast with Vinny in the wooden bow and like paddling towards.
Yeah, I just salute at them. They're having fun. Let them have fun.
Okay, so they both get you on board, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they will go back and start getting the cargo. Basically, they leave some on the shore, they leave some on the ship, right? So it's like a nice chain of like people taking the boat back and forth with the cargo, and then people lifting it out while other people are putting it into the boat, right?
Yeah.
So they will get 2 good loads within the next hour, and it's still not done, right? What are you
Keep helping
doing?
until it's done.
Yeah, okay.
The air is very uncannily going to look like there are particular loads she can't handle because they're too big for her, but mysteriously, because of that ring she's got, she somehow manages to pick them up on her own anyway, and then hold them into place.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I'm sticking close to Samira to help.
Yeah.
AKA letting Samira doing all the work and pretending I'm helping.
At some point on the way, like in like half an hour into like on like the first load of things going towards the ship, basically the crew members noticed the paddling duo, and they picked them up and take them with, and like we found this to get a bowl of Winnie and Bo as well.
This is basically give.
They're very proud
Bo,
of themselves, by the way.
Yeah, just give Bo a salute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just sent all the wave of you. Good job towards Vinny. Just good job.
So yeah, and then basically you unload, and then send the boat back, and basically around noon is already when the second load comes. Because like it takes time, like to put everything securely in the boat, paddle the boat over, lift it out of the boat. You know, it takes time. But the crew, you see, they're used to this kind of stuff. Like the delay was basically because the supplies didn't arrive early morning. So yeah, that's what delayed. Well, and and people die now. Of course.
I'll go down with like one of the loads that being basically carried into the cargo hold and just checking all our stuff.
Yeah, I'll join with because I need to I need to pick up everything like the haversack and everything.
Okay, when are you picking it up?
First load actually.
Yeah,
first load. Okay.
Yeah, actually I took the haversack and the pouch with me, but I left some of my own stuff, like my tools.
Yeah.
So I need to switch a couple things around.
I left a whole bunch of shit here.
Yeah. Make sure that everything is here where it should be.
Vera's just going to head down below deck, and the first thing she's going to do is she's going to thoroughly search the ship to make sure nobody who isn't supposed to be on the ship isn't on the ship.
Okay, well, do me an investigation check.
And once she's satisfied that she's done that, she's going to start cleaning out Mateo's box. It's amazing.
Yeah. You don't find things, traces, anything.
That's one.
Yeah. Just a question. During all of this, we didn't see Larrabee, right?
No Larrabee.
Yeah. Yeah, as Vera is just emptying the stall next to me, just arranging still, I just ask, so, do you know where Larrabee is? You could talk to him, right? I didn't see him at all.
He usually stays around the docks.
Yeah.
When the crew are in town. But no, he is known for disappearing occasionally as well.
Okay.
So,
Suspicious.
not really. Not for the line of work he's in.
What line of work? Isn't he just a deck hand?
Deck swabbing?
Yeah, is he just a swabby?
He has talents for hire too, so it's quite possible that he's got another job. The crew know he disappears.
Talents for hire.
Yeah.
Elaborate.
He's very good at sneaking and finding stuff out.
The frog?
Did you see him go?
What?
I mean, we didn't see him go because we weren't on the ship, but...
Exactly. I bet nobody else saw him go either.
Wait, what does he do then? Sneaking and investigating? Is he like a mercenary of some sort?
To a
How
degree,
can
we have an arrangement.
You have an arrangement? What?
Okay, first time I'm hearing it.
Well,
What?
everyone suspects that he's just a frog on a ship swabbing decks, but he's far more intelligent than that. And I'm not the one to break his cover, so I'm not going to say an awful lot more than that.
So he's
No.
more important than we are, okay.
Ouch.
Read it that way if you'd like to read it that way. He has talents that I said I would pass jobs his way in exchange for information.
Huh.
Okay.
I mean, that's useful.
He's an unassuming pair of eyes on a ship that nobody gives him a second glance, so people say things around him assuming he can't understand.
Would it be worth asking about the current situation? Everything?
If you can find him. Yeah, everyone's worth talking about. I personally think it's a revenge killing.
For what? Did she have any enemies?
Well, she's part of the crew of the Mother of Mercy, and the Mother of Mercy may or may not have been involved in the death of Tiberius, or his downfall, and thus revenge on the Mother of Mercy is being taken.
But do you think they were? Because he was just dead in his room, right?
Yeah. Did you talk with Kriya about that? Because you
Yeah,
went
I did.
often, right?
I did.
Nope, 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 nope.
What?
Is that no or yes?
No,
I assume
you
that's
didn't
no.
see that. I misclicked it. Forget it. You never saw it.
Okay. Otherwise, I was about to be concerned the ship was on fire. I told Creo. He agreed that it was strange circumstances that they both died in a very similar way, and he's telling the guards about it.
Oh, you mean with the whole like expression that they had you described it?
That,
Like
and there was black tarry substances on the windowsill in the gnome's room when he died. And there was black tarry stuff on the floor here. That and the fact they died with a look of fear on their face.
Okay, that's very, very.
Either tells me it's the same person hiring the same person to do the killing, or it's just the same kind of creature doing the killing. I'm not sure if there is a creature that does that.
Did you get a close look at this shit? The substance?
It's a black tarry-like substance. I mean, keep in mind that in the gnome's room I went in as a spider. I was trying to dodge black sticky shit as a tiny spider.
Yeah.
Because the last thing I needed to do was actually get caught in it. Obviously here I had to dodge it, but it was a small jump, so there was a fair amount of it. Whatever it was big enough. It's come from something. My guess is some kind of creature, but I wouldn't know what kind does that. The fact that they both died with two very exact kind of observations about each death being the same tells me it's probably the same person doing the killing.
Would it be worth, like, I don't know how much this substance says, but maybe Destrian would know something about it? Would it be worth sending him a message, seeing if he...
Honestly, Destrian doesn't like getting involved in this sort of shit.
That's true. He is a source of knowledge.
He's a source of knowledge. I wouldn't presume to bother him with this sort of stuff, if I'm honest. If it was magical in nature, then I would definitely ask the questions of him, not give him the details. He doesn't need to be involved, but ask him the theory of the magic. But there's nothing... I mean, there might be some magic at work here, because they just died with no physical wounds.
Yeah, I don't like that, especially because of that expression. Both of them had. suddenly very afraid, very shocked expression, but there was no sign of like fighting back with
No,
them,
like
right?
Well, they were caught off
It
guard.
was
The
just
gnome was caught off
instant
guard
death.
too.
But
Yeah, it
Hilda
was.
didn't even
Death.
have any wounds. Was it the same for Tiberius?
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
He was
I
just
don't-
in his bed. He got woken up and died waking up in fear and shock.
This has to be magical or some sort of effect, because instantly dying in a
It
moment
doesn't
of
have to be
fear.
magical. Well, I mean, there's legends of creatures being able to instantly kill you. Lots of things. The eyes of a beholder
No.
have very terrible abilities which can do anything from turn you to stone to disintegrate you.
Wait, I thought that was
Whoa.
where beauty was.
Wait, what? No.
What?
No, what?
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Maybe for you, Cassius, that's more your thing, definitely.
Wait, okay,
Uh-huh.
never mind all of this. At least I know I don't know for certain, they might be good at hiding their thoughts, but at least from the crowd that was outside the tavern, that includes the crew, or at least the ones that were there, they were,
Whoever did this didn't stick around.
no,
it was
they
an hour
didn't, but
before, so
I thought it would be good to check, because if we have
Yeah.
a killer in our midst, I would like to know.
Yes, of course.
well, we can't count the Frogov yet. He wasn't there, or Creo, even though I don't want to think about that, or Percy and Vivare.
It's not Creo, I can tell you that. What I did have a short conversation with Creo. I've told him and agreed the same amongst us is that nobody is moving on their own. Everyone moves in trios, minimum. And the entire crew is now everyone moves in trios, including Jürgen, because he's likely to go looking for trouble.
Oh,
so at least the other two can keep him in check then,
Yeah.
and keep him on the straight and narrow, so to speak. Whatever happens, we're not going to find out soon. Honestly, I don't think we're going to find out what happened while we're here. But we're going to have to wait for the body to be released anyway.
yeah.
So we're here for at least a day, I would say.
Yeah, we already let Layla know. Or Samira let Layla know.
Okay. Did you tell her that we mentioned her name as perhaps as an eyewitness to us being on the docks?
I
that
did
was
not
kind
do
of
that.
shit, because she asked us to
Okay.
specifically not mention that we saw her, because of the other investigations she's involved in.
I did not do that. Only had so much time.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine for now, I think, but
Yeah, when we meet up with her personally, then we can talk about in depth, because that isn't really a short amount of word conversation.
she'll be fine. She can take care of herself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Either way, I don't think the guards here will chase her down, because they'll get the statement from the other guards on the docks that we were there, and that'll probably be enough for them.
Yeah, earlier than what happened with Hilda.
Yeah, I mean that it places us at the docks at her time of death, basically. So,
Yeah.
I also, Vera, probably agree on this, but I also told Samira, we thought the same about it, we should post watches again everywhere. No.
Yeah, nobody's going anywhere on their own anymore.
Like, all 4 of us stay together.
Yeah.
The only other thing I would say is that it probably doesn't make much difference for you guys, but if you have combat ready spells that you need to prepare instead of the ones you normally do, I don't know how your magic works. I can shift what I can do each day.
Yeah, you said something like this before, but I think
you've just got what you've got every day, I guess.
Yeah.
As far as I know.
I got a limited amount that I can only a limited amount use for short amount. Yeah, I'm very restricted on that sense, so nothing there.
Okay.
Full of magic,
Also,
I might be able to, but I don't know.
Yeah, also, I don't really have anything combat-wise on my sense. It's mostly support. Like the armor thing and everything.
You've got the thing where you can enhance your abilities.
Exactly. Yeah,
That
but that's
that's very handy.
And you were teleporting.
Yeah, but that's not none of your explosive attack things.
Pretty bright in the sea.
You were like radiating blinding light that one time.
Yeah, I just see that as a happenstance for me. All just by now, I usually am glowing bright.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah,
I think we've got a day to kill, so you guys should probably think about.
Should we be worried about anything else happening again, like another death? Because a lot has been happening today, a lot.
I think we should be on our guard.
I honestly think a lot of it is just random.
Just don't say coincidence. It's so much happened.
I don't think a lot of it is coincidence, if I'm honest. Like, a lot of stuff happened in that street where the guy got thrown out the window, you trod in an icy cold puddle, some woman dropped a handkerchief that Cassius tried to give back and she refused.
Yeah, that was the most remarkable thing.
And I heard ethereal music playing, which is the second time shortly before
very worried about that
occurred.
music. I'm very worried about that music because it followed you so far, right? From Kabak to Nahir.
I think the thing that's more concerning is that the ethereal music imminently predated a violent act occurring. The first one was the guy getting stabbed in the alleyway, the second one was the guy getting thrown out of a window.
Yeah, next time you hear it, immediately let us know so we are on guard. Because next violent act could happen towards us.
Fiera? When exactly... We heard this music when all the strange things happened. What time was that?
So it was about an hour before dawn this time round.
And you didn't say there was a direction to the music, or was there?
There was. I probably could have pinpointed it if I wanted to.
You think it was in the direction of the inn?
Oh.
Of the outhouse outside of the inn? I'm just had this feeling.
I don't know. Was it roughly in the direction of the outhouse of the inn?
It was close by, but not from that exact side.
Not from that direction, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we were near the inn at the time.
It was opposite, in its opposite alley. It was also in a very tight side alley, mind you. Dark. So not something that you would have immediately seen unless you go in there to look, right?
Yeah.
Was it all of it happened all of a sudden? Was that a distraction? Because we would have been in the tavern and got mixed. I don't know what the fuck is happening.
Who creates a distraction an hour before dawn?
I don't know, but it's just so much happening all at once.
This distraction, it might have been at the same time as her and the thing. I don't know exactly, but
it wasn't from the same place. So
it wasn't from the same.
It was something happening at the same time in a different area.
Yeah, but maybe the music was just part of the distraction, and
Somebody would have to. That's a serious distraction. Especially considering it didn't work both times.
Yeah, we're kind of terrible at that, but you know.
Around this time you get like
first.
From above. Next load's coming!
Alright, we'll be right up!
I'm gonna finish cleaning out Mateo's stall and make sure he's got some fresh oats to eat, or whatever it is he eats that they've given him.
I'll leave Vinny by you, shout if you need us, okay?
I'm gonna come up on deck. None of us should be moving alone.
At this point, like, you basically, well, I'll continue actually after the break. We're gonna do a break.
Yeah.
Yep.
Break time! Be right back!
No worries, no worries. I don't care about the ship. I care that the computer's working.
Good.
Hey, I'm back.
Priorities, because without the computer working, there is no ship.
I mean, the laptop was still working, but it
Hmm.
it was losing connection. I was
Barely.
like, fuck.
Okay,
So, yes.
I'm glad you're back. We're back.
I'm
Okay.
I'm all set up.
Awesome.
Is everyone
So,
back?
yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
So we live. So,
So-
where were we? Yeah, you were called upstairs.
Yes,
the cargo is
Viera
coming
is
in.
finishing cleaning out Mateo's box and giving
Yeah,
him
and we're
food.
waiting until she's ready to go upstairs so we can go
And
in a
then-
trio.
Yeah, and then all three of us were heading upstairs.
Four
And-
of us.
Yeah.
Ibrahim.
Yes,
Yeah,
four of us. Ibrath is
quartet.
with us.
Quartet.
So yeah, over the next 10-15 minutes, right? You start like doing the cargo. Basically, the second load, they have lifted the crate on the deck, right? But some smaller crates are being like lifted through the up and down the stairs. You know, there's a general commotion of like people like doing
Yeah.
what they're doing, right?
Moving stuff as quickly as they can. Bigger stuff through the big hatch, smaller stuff down the stairs.
Yeah, basically, and I assume you guys are also helping like lifting it onto the deck. In the middle of that commotion, Viera.
Smoke on a ship is a bad thing, right?
What? Smoke? Where is it? Smoke?
And
Yeah,
when
there's
she
a faint
says
smell of
that,
smoke.
everyone stops. And then you already hear like, shit, fuck, fire below the deck in the kitchen. And then everyone jumps immediately to action.
Yeah, I immediately use Expeditious Retreat with Zug and double dash towards our stuff.
Yeah,
Because that's right by the fucking kitchen.
You arrive with the rest of the people just to see somebody opening the door and the flames just going whoosh.
Okay.
And then slamming the door shut. It's like, not for the kitchen, for the, like, you know, and they double down around the other side to see what they can go in and
I'm
start putting it
running
up.
to the grate.
Yeah, it's
To
open.
the cargo hole.
There's already,
Yeah.
like, it's now starting for smoke to start billowing out. Because, like, the doors were closed of the kitchen,
going
which was
straight
containing it, and now it's, like,
yeah.
starting to smoke out, yeah.
Yeah, the door is closed now again in the kitchen.
Yeah, on the stairs, yes.
Okay, I don't have time for the grate or whatever, I'm just forcing my way through, I'm going through the flames.
No, Samira just opened the door, and from the top of the deck, looking down through the great hole, can I see the kitchen door if she opens it?
If you're looking for the grate, no.
No, the grate is above.
There's a door in there's a door in between.
There's a door in between. Yeah, I don't have time to go upstairs and then exactly I can get back out quicker through the grate.
So
but I
let
have
me
to
let
go
me put
through
you
now.
back on the Mother of
Put
Mercy.
us on the ship map and
Yeah.
explain this to us, because where is the fire?
In the kitchen, right
the
next
kitchen.
to our quarters.
So the fire is. I'm gonna move myself over here and open this door. The fire is here.
in the
It's
kitchen,
this
yes.
room. So the grate is here, presumably,
Above,
where
yeah.
Vieira is.
Mhm.
So if I'm standing there on the deck, is that where the crate?
You're standing
grating
in
is.
empty air, yes.
Okay, well in that case I'm going to jump down the grating until I'm down here.
Yeah,
And
jumping down as well.
The grating
Yeah.
is closed, right? That's small.
No, they
It's
they opened it already
They
up.
opened, yeah.
they opened it for
Already?
loading cargo. It's
Oh,
been
okay.
open the whole
if I
time.
knew it's opened already, okay, yeah, make my way upstairs again as well. If I knew it was open. Yeah. jump
Cassius,
right
can you time opening the door for me?
Oh.
I'm gonna dump 30 gallons of water into that kitchen.
Then it might sink.
The ship
But
won't
okay.
sink. The ship won't
Okay.
sink. I can dump it, put the fire out, and then destroy it again if I need to.
Yeah, I already jumped down and packed, shouldered
Well, you
the
didn't.
saddlebags.
Did you jump down the grate or did you go for the kitchen?
If I knew that the grate was open already, then I would go
Yeah,
upstairs
yeah.
to the
Grate was
grate.
open. You were lowering cargo in it.
Yeah, I was. I'll jump straight down. I'll take any falling damage if I have to.
Mhm.
And I just shoulder the saddlebags, just side along, grab Mateo, and I will bamf up. with Mateo. Meaning
Okay.
I'll radiant step with Mateo in my arms, basically arrive back on deck with them and all of her stuff.
Awesome. That means Matteo is safe and sound. If you can
Yeah.
do me the favor and go the long route around with Matteo and get
Yeah.
him up on deck, so I know.
All right.
worries.
In the meantime, I've jumped down. I run to the door, double dash, triple dash actually, or no, double dash, and then holding my action to open the door as soon as Vera says the go word.
She's counting down 3.
I was like,
2,
what's the go word?
1. She's counting down 3, 2, 1.
Oh,
And
open.
then,
Jump
as
out
he
of the way.
opens the door, Viera's going to cast create 30 gallons of water in that space as rain pouring into that room.
Uh-huh.
And
Okay.
seeing if it puts the fire out. And if it doesn't, she's going to start walking forward. Obviously, steam is going to come billowing out of that
Yeah,
room.
now the smoke is like mixing with the steam, right?
Yeah.
It
And
is
she's going
helping.
to duck. She's going to duck. And if there's more fire, she's going to cast create water again and create rain pouring
Yeah,
into
the
that
back
room on
room
any
also
fire she
in the
can see.
meantime caught fire, like with the here,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. She's going to be walking towards it and crouching below, so the steam and the smoke is going over her head and then out through the
Do
grating.
me a Constitution saving throw as well, because now like that's a
Yep.
cloud of smoke and wet air and steam coming through.
I'm basically going with her, like putting my shirt over my nose as much as possible. It was to first primarily against the smoke, but I'll do it as well.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'll lower down a rope
Viera's
down the
fine.
grate so people can climb back out as soon as they can.
I'll use the favored by the gods
Okay.
to add something to that.
Yeah, so
17
basically you start to feel this thing and it's like almost like a membrane lies across your face. You can't see it, but it's like that smoke bite is suddenly gone.
Weird. That's weird.
That's Cassius's take. This is just weird. So kind of ducking, letting the majority of the steam go, and then moving forward. If I can see more fire, she's casting create water again.
You can even hear it. It's like, as I said, like
Yeah,
back there.
yeah, in that room. So
Yeah.
once she gets to this door, presumably she can see the fire in that back room. The door's
You
open.
can barely see anything at all. It's full of smoke and steam. Very limited vision.
Okay.
You just dumped 30 gallons of water into a closed space with no way the smoke to get out fast, right? And the
Yeah.
steam.
Can I crawl forward to there and make sure this stairwell door is open
Yeah. You can
so
open
that
it
it
up.
has yet...
Yeah.
I'm going to open it up so that the steam has yet another way out
Yeah.
to vent.
Yeah.
And then...
Basically, the lower half of the room vents out very quickly at that point. But like it's collecting.
The
like, in
upper
the ceiling,
upper half
right?
is
Yeah.
just smoke and mist. Yeah. And then she's just going to crawl forward until she can see any sign of flames inside that room.
Yes,
And then
yes.
she's just gonna dump more create water and then duck down, so she's basically crawling on the floor.
add more. It will add
And-
more. And
Yeah.
by the way, you can feel a source of heat on your left side from the stove.
But it's not on fire, presumably.
No, but if you remember,
The
stove
yeah,
was
it's
never-
cast metal.
it's a heat metal enchanted stove. Like Erica was never like feeding it wood or anything. There was never.
Yeah.
So it looks maybe because you're not sure how it's activated, that somebody might have activated it by accident or maybe on purpose, and
On
it was
purpose.
just generating heat, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Basically gonna lie low, telling Cassius to stay low as well, obviously.
I mean, he's following your example.
Yeah, and then waiting for the steam and smoke to subside as much as she can before then peeking into this room.
No, your gallons of water is pretty much fine.
Okay. So the fire is completely out as far
Mind
as I
you,
can tell.
the crew will start filter like whoever can along. Like it's mostly Creo, but they will try to get you out of there. You know, make sure that you are not in harm's way.
Yeah. Once she's sure there's no flames, she's actually going to go out, but not through the stairwell because that's where the majority of the smoke and heat will
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, I
And
have
she'll-
lowered down a rope by the grate so you
She's
can
gonna
climb up.
lead Cassius back to
You're
this
gonna
bit.
point
and
out the stove because it's still going.
yes, once we get to the rope, Vera's going to shout up, "The stove is on! How do you turn it off?"
And he goes like, Hastra, turn the fucking stove off! From Creo, right? And then Hastra jumps down.
Mhm.
And he will, like, run through. And he will basically just, like, like, touch a part of the stove. And, like, and then get out again.
Yeah.
And Vera stabs him with his short sword as he passes by.
Yeah.
No. I was trying to change my spell points, but typing a number 2 apparently triggers my short sword attack.
It's like, what?
Interestingly. And not just my short sword, but my offhand, for whatever reason. So, once the worst of the threat is over, obviously Ibrath is up on deck, presumably because we were up on deck at the time.
Yeah.
And we jumped down, so he's going to stay up on deck.
Okay.
And then we will pull the rope around to the other side of the hole, so any steam still venting through the grate is venting through this side, and we climb up the opposite side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give you guys a hand to get up easier.
Yeah, and then we'll climb back up on deck.
As soon as we're on deck, basically, I plop down on the ground with the ritual casting book, and I'm gonna ritual cast detect magic. It's gonna take a
the
while.
stove. Yeah, okay. I can tell you that 10 minutes later the stove thinks magic.
The stove pings magic, but is there any other source of magic? I'm good basically then with detect magic on. So like you see Cassius sit down with his book and he's like ignoring everything going on.
Are you sitting downstairs, by the way?
No, so what I did is I climbed up the rope with Viera. Then I sat down, did the ritual cast of detect magic, and then I'm going back down basically into the cargo hold, going from there, starting to basically walk around the ship as fast as I can, detecting magic.
You've got 10 minutes for detect magic.
Yeah, the
Meanwhile,
stove pings magic, Creo pings magic with his little necklace, which is like blindingly magic. Your guys' stuff pings magic. Bo and Winnie ping magic. That you know, the crate pings magic as well.
Meanwhile, during those 10 minutes, I'll sit back to back with Cassius and just go Winnie eyes to go look through every corner and crevice of the ship to see if there's any remark of people being left. People have come here. Like anyone has sabotaged or something like that.
Investigation check.
For the magic pings, what schools are they? Or what auras, which colors?
Oh, transmutation for the grate and the stove. And let me double check. You don't find any sources of manipulation or wrongdoing.
Yeah, I'll relay that to the others. I don't
You're
see
pretty
any...
sure that there's no sabotage on the ship. Like,
I'll let them know that that doesn't seem to be a sabotage. Maybe this happened accidentally.
and on Krea's necklace, Pink's evocation.
Evocation, okay.
Yeah, very intense, pure evocation. It's weird.
How is it weird? Describe
weird.
What's weird.
It's weird in the sense of like the way when you look at it, it reminds you the way the thing at your belt is looking, but in a different color.
Huh. Uh-huh.
to the point where you're not even sure it's evocation.
Dagger looks different color. Not sure it's evocation. Okay.
Because it's an ebb and flow of oranges and blues, right? But they get more intense and go towards the lustrous golden sheen at some point. And sometimes it goes to like a more pure ethereal cerulean. And then it does the, ebb and flow of opposing oranges and blues again. So you're not sure. It's very strong. Whatever he's carrying around his neck is really fucking OP, similar to a dagger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's marking it down in my head.
Yeah. But the stove kind of like, it falls in places like, okay, yeah, that might be something that transmutation does because it heats the metal.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And you also remember that there's no sounds coming through the grate usually when it's closed, right? And there's no rain coming in as well, no water. Actually, no water. It's the most things like there's basically it's probably an enchantment to keep the water out so it doesn't spill into the cargo hold from above.
I mean, that's what we would have noticed, right? Because we were on the ship while it was raining in the cargo hold.
Yes, I did describe that. Yeah, but so that's not a surprise for you when you do detect magic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, gotcha. All right. And none of the other crew ping magic with any items that they have?
They themselves ping as magic as everyone else in this world.
Okay, yeah.
But no, they don't have magical items, no.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah. What else are you doing?
Actually, going out of the cargo hold because I wasn't there. Yeah, so as soon as I make my rounds just of the ship and just return to VR and Samir and just say couldn't see any signs of other magical shit going on.
Yeah, I didn't see any signs of sabotage, so I don't know what this was exactly.
Something's fucking with us.
Yeah, this it didn't seem like signs of sabotage, but this was on this ship. Another fucking coincidence. I don't believe that.
Actually, Larrabee is there, right? You can see him.
No.
Oh. He's on the ship, but
Yeah, it's
I
just token wise.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
No.
It seems much too targeted.
This is not the frage you're looking for.
This all seems much too targeted. I don't. Even though I saw no signs of sabotage, maybe I missed something.
In the meantime, the crew is after they make sure that the ship is not sinking and not on fire, they start basically setting the sail to get it into the docks because it needs repaired and they cannot do the whole boat back and forth. There's ship works in the harbor, so they're prepping the ship to get back closer and properly dock it and have it repaired. Because it was in the back room and the bottom, and they don't want to risk that the hull gives out during the journey.
I say we get all of our stuff with us in a tavern, even Mateo and everything. We don't want, if that happens again, and we're not on board.
Yeah. Is Erica actually around?
No, Erica stayed behind.
Oh, she stayed behind. Yeah, that's true. And so I basically go up to, I think his name was Klaus, this guy? What's his name, Klaus? Gerrit de Volt.
I was about to say!
Karl Heinrich, cabin boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is just like, hey, Carl, is Erica the one that normally operates the stove? Yeah, right?
Yeah, it's a kitchen.
Yeah. Does it activate by itself normally.
No, but I don't know. Some of us might have touched it by accident. We were not really. We were not really paying attention like we usually do. And it looks kind of like you can see this like from your intelligence, you know, even passive insight. It's like you can see on multiple faces. Like, did I do this?
No.
By accident? Right? Then none of them is like truly sure of the people who were going up and down the stairs. If they might have fucked up. And honestly, if you think about it, the way they were dealing with the cargo, it was not the usual fluid cooperation that they were doing either. So yeah, it might have been an accident or might have not been. And you have this like, you see this reflected in everyone's faces of that like doubt, like was this one of us or was this something else? The same insecurity, right?
Yeah, basically, I'm just gonna place my hand on his shoulder, like, give it, like, a little pinch, just like, yeah, I get it. No worries, buddy.
Because, like, half the crew is, like, visibly grieving. They're still in shock. So, yeah, it could have been a fuck-up. But also, you know, you cannot exclude fuckery. But then whoever did that, again, like, you're gonna, like, Carl Henry will explain to you that it doesn't take much to activate it. It's basically like a touch. Like, you know, you tap it in a certain way. And it usually they don't go anywhere near the thing because it's actually relatively easy to activate. Was a simple enchantment and cheap. They should have paid, you know, and then you have like the plethora of like retroactive hindsight 2020 of like maybe we should have put more money into making it more secure.
There's no judgment from my side. I basically just like nod my head and say like, yeah, everyone was distracted. I get it. Just like give him a little bit of comfort, and just head back to the other two. So, I don't think it's an accident, but could have been. Honestly,
I don't know. The people who were on the ship got told to come to the tavern as quickly as possible when Hilton.
If that happened, then it would have already burned down.
yeah, it happened during the shifting of cargo. If it was an accident, I think. Yeah.
This must have happened during the first load.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Like
If it was someone on the crew or someone accidentally or not, I don't know.
I don't think anyone did it on purpose. Certainly not.
I don't know.
The crew is certainly even more dejected than they were prior.
Yeah.
They're hauling the ship off to the shore with like a grim determination, right? But that was like an additional hit now on top of what happened this morning.
Can I, as they're moving us back, can I just basically walk around and do a general insight check if they're really that dejected? Someone's standing out.
I mean, yeah, sure.
I probably know the answer, but
no, everyone is genuinely upset. And everyone deals with it in their own way, right? The person who's like has it the most together is Krier himself. But he's also the captain.
It's his ship. Makes sense.
As he should, yeah.
Yeah, just quietly as well, three of us basically, you know, just decide, just
Mateo's
as the
just
other
standing
as
there
working.
chewing.
Yeah, Samira will just say, do we want to get a separate room in a separate tavern? Because if they're being targeted, I don't want us to be on the, you know.
Whoever's targeting them, if anyone is targeting them, already knows we're on the ship.
You will also remember that the bishop actually told you not to change taverns.
Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't know that. I thought just not leave the city. Okay.
No, they did say don't change your
stay here basically in the in the home. So.
Don't do anything that makes it hard for them to find you if they need you.
Yeah. That's fine. We just have a bit more time here than we thought. That's all. there's nothing that we can do about it, so it's irrelevant. We should finish helping them with whatever they need help with, and then head back to the tavern and just, I don't know, maybe walk around town, see if there's anything else we want to do, but personally I think I'm probably just going to head back to the room and have a quiet evening.
So
I
yeah,
think so
around
too.
1 p.m. you're back in the harbor. They're gonna be busy themselves securing the ship, and basically they tell you that like, yeah, sure, you can leave. They will help you get Matteo off the deck, right?
I'll ask if we should tell the 3 that were left behind what happened, or if they want to do that.
Well, they're part of the crew, they'll do that.
They leave it up to you.
If we're going back anyway, they're there. We should tell them.
Yeah.
But they say
Yeah,
like make sure that you make it clear that like the ship is fine. It just needs minor repairs.
Should any of them come here, or should just stay?
No, like they're like, no, Jurgen took it really hard. Like leave them. It's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, make our way to the tavern.
Because somebody needs off from them to also stay in the tavern in case the guard comes through and wants one of them, so they can go. It's like, no, they're at the ship. So basically, it's why the 3 were left behind additionally.
Yeah.
Another night of goat stew? Anyone?
There's other items on the menu. It's just the prevalent meat here, right?
Well, we haven't had goat stew anywhere else, so we might as well make the most of it while
You
we're
did
here.
have goats to the Destrian.
That wasn't goat stew, that was goat delicatessen. That's different.
Yeah, but also like the best goat stew ever.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Goats.
It wasn't goat stew.
Goats. Sure.
You literally saw the goats in the cave below.
Polymorphed humans.
Polymorphed enemies. So he was a cannibal.
I never interacted with the goat. They could have been illusions.
Well, technically, it's not his own species, so it's not cannibalism.
Polymorphed celestials.
I mean, go off.
But it is a transmutation spell, you know.
Serves them right as far as VR is concerned. Moving on.
Wow. You don't
so-
even know the celestials of this world. Okay.
Yo.
Judgmental.
Anyway,
lunchtime?
Yeah, let's go back to the tavern.
Get a snack. Settle
yeah, I
down.
mean, the stress and the stuff, like, surely made you
Yeah.
hungry.
Yeah, settle down, Matteo, over there, and get our stuff back in our room.
Well, first of all, ask the innkeeper if there's somewhere that we can put Mateo.
Yeah.
Yes, there is actually. They have
Result.
stables. Not
Result.
big stables.
Result. In the stables you go, Mateo.
Nice.
You just gotta make sure we don't forget him there. And come back halfway through the campaign to find Mateo is still sitting in the stables. So,
Yeah. It's when we enter the tavern, are the other 3 here? Or
Yeah.
in the rooms? Okay.
The downstairs, and Jurgen is clearly has a lot to drink. Like, a lot.
Okay. I'll do it.
By the way, the
Okay.
rain has cleared somewhat. It's actually gone by now.
I'll order the food to be taken to our table as we talk.
I'm just gonna like sit with the 3 of them that are there, and I'm going to actually subtle cast Calm Emotions preemptively.
I mean, yeah, it's gonna be like what? How long does it take? How long does it last? It's a concentration spell.
How long does it last? It lasts
A minute.
A minute, yeah. So
Well, you have 1 minute.
So, I'm just gonna place it somewhere. I'm sorry. It's behind the map. Behind the picture.
God damn
I
it.
couldn't get rid of it. I'm sorry. Or
How
hey,
dare you? No, I'm just kidding. Just no, it's fine. Move on.
hey, guys, listen up. There was a slight incident at the ship. The stove was on, apparently. No serious damage. The ship is fine. It's back in the harbor, but it's just gonna need some repairs.
Oops, sorry. Keep going.
Yeah. No, it basically says like, yeah. So, just hang tight. Creo told you guys to stay here in case the guards can't come back. Just let us know if you need anything, okay?
Jürgen will like nod and keep drinking, and you will see a brief moment on Erica's face, like, "Oh my god, did I leave the stove on?"
Oh,
But yeah. Otherwise, it's a calm emotion, so like
they're chill for a minute.
they chill for a minute, and then Jürgen will actually burst into tears, but like
Got
angry
it.
tears,
Yeah.
like with
just-
lots of grinding teeth and drinking even more. You can see like the signs of a person who might do something stupid while getting hammered and being super upset.
And yeah, I would just basically assume that the other two have like it's Erica and who with him?
It's Erica and Jinx, but yeah,
Jinx.
they're keeping a close eye on them, especially Jinx.
Yeah. Yeah,
Erica is
but,
upset as well, but she's like not out of control like Jürgen is.
yeah, I basically do the yikes face and I just get up slowly and just like head back to Samir and Vieira.
Meanwhile, Foodus, sit down. How'd they take it? Not good.
As well as you would expect.
Yeah. So what are we doing here then? I mean, tonight I agree with Vieira that we're gonna take a night in. I'm not up for any more surprises.
Yeah. I think we just stay. Get
Bunker
bored.
down.
Bunker down.
Find
Watch
some
over
light
each other.
reading.
Maybe.
Practice writing.
Oh yeah. Could do
I mean,
that.
I'll continue working on that little ribbon scarf. I'll promise to Ralph.
Cassius, Vieira just volunteered to practice writing.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, we can do that. It's good. He's looking a little bit proud, also a little bit smug.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a night of us each entertaining each other.
Yeah.
And then getting an early night, probably. Because let's face it, last night wasn't particularly restful either for us.
Yeah, you didn't really sleep a long time, right, Cassius?
No.
Yeah, you kind of got midday and a couple of hours still, so
Yeah, I'll sleep when I'm dead.
Yeah. Should I let... No, Layla already knows there's gonna be a delay. Doesn't matter. Contacting her again.
She
No.
knows that there's a delay. Hopefully, I mean, we were going to have to wait for the body to be released anyway, but hopefully the ship's repairs can be done in time for that, and we're not losing extra time.
Yeah.
Ultimately, there's nothing we can really do about it. We've got to remember at some point we are passengers on the ship too, we're not crew.
Exactly.
Whoa.
No.
Yep. Something fell over.
Dropped her plate on the floor. Another one.
Yep, another one. That's the problem when you're stacking up 15 plates.
Ooh,
I'm kidding, it's not that bad.
it isn't that bad.
So, no, there's 0 plates. I knocked over my Coke bottle, so that's
Okay.
fine.
Yeah.
The lid was on. That's fine. So at the end of the day, at some point we're going to be walking away from the ship eventually because we're going to leave to get into Tuzan.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah, for a
probably
little
not
bit
coming
at least.
back this way for a while.
I mean, at this point, Fiera, you basically saved your ship as well, so.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
Yeah.
Creo can, I think, like he could do that hand thing in the water when he pulled Samira and I out, so he probably could have thrown buckets of water down into his ship too.
Yeah, but it might have done way more damage. You were there first.
Maybe, yeah.
Then,
Who knows?
At the end of the day, I just want to get to Tucson.
It's a lot of excitement for just a, couple days.
For a boat journey, especially as I found out from Layla, we could have been there already.
so much for taking the long way around.
Yeah.
But anyway, so.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're gonna speed up the rest of the journey. I don't think they're up for more detours.
No. So, Samira, you said you were working on the ribbon still?
Yeah, the scarf ribbon I'll promise the Brav. I'll continue working on that.
Okay. I might have a commission for you.
Ooh. What would that be?
Basically proposed it yourself. A hidden sheath.
Nice.
Is that something you can do?
Where would you like it?
I think close to the chest.
I can work on something, yeah. You have to leave one of your articles of clothing behind so I can work it out, but yeah, that's doable.
Okay.
Need your measurements for that, so leave either your vest or shirt or whatever you want, similar. I'll do something. It won't be anywhere near the next few days, it's gonna take a while, but
Yeah, no worries, whenever you get to it. If there's anything I can do to help, I think so. I just hit like daggers in pockets and shit, but it's not the most comfortable.
Just, if you want something just for quick slip in, that's easy, just with cloth sewn on. If you want something custom made woven, that's actually hidden, just when you're being patted down, that's gonna take a bit longer.
Yeah, that's the one that I want.
Yeah, that's gonna take a bit longer.
I knew a guy that had like a bunch of these like spread around, was pretty cool. And a bunch of daggers, was constantly throwing them around like a madman.
Yeah, I mean, when we're getting disarmed, you guys have at least one hidden one.
At least one.
Yeah. Won't hurt to have a couple more, but we'll work on that.
Yeah, it would be great, thank you. If there's anything that you need, just tell me. I can. Well, I guess we should all go get it then, but.
Yeah, probably.
No, currently I have some thread I have unraveled myself. I need to work on. Anyways, I'm kind of getting back into weaving right now. Anyways, it's gonna take a bit longer.
So does that mean if we like have to go to like the outhouse specifically, people have to join? It's weird.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean we already saw each other naked a couple of times, so
at some point you will go, oh, she punched me in the face! And she punched me in the face! It's like Jurgen over there, dissolving.
Whoa.
Ooh, wow. What? Okay.
He was apparently talking about something that happened in the past, and like Jinx is like patting him.
Okay. Let's move this upstairs. I don't want to disturb his morning.
I think it's already pretty disturbed.
Afternoon, and yeah, I would say of all his, I think, let's go upstairs.
Yeah.
Speaking of daggers, though, once we're upstairs,
it's the kind of ugly, manly crying of like that nobody wants to see.
Speaking of daggers, you said?
Do you have anything that's magical on you, Samira, in terms of weapons?
Ooh, not really.
In which case, you should probably have the dagger
Which one? What?
The Dagger of Venom.
Oh. Is that not yours? I'm not gonna use it. I have one dagger on myself that I've never fucking used ever.
I know, but if you ever need a magical weapon for some reason, your maul's not gonna cut it, so you might as well at least have something on you. I've got magical weapons that I can use, so...
Okay. I mean...
It's just if you ever get to something that you decide to hit, and for whatever reason your maul doesn't work.
Maybe like something like a vampiric mist or something.
Maybe something like a vampiric mist. The dagger definitely, I could feel the dagger was cutting into it, so it was doing...
Oh, okay.
And magic seemed to work as well, but you said you don't have much combat magic anyway, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really use a dagger, but sure, I'll keep it on me. If you need it, just ask and you can have it whenever.
I won't need it. Honestly, I was thinking of selling it.
Oh, okay.
So, by all means, we can maybe sell it and try and get somebody to enchant your maul instead. That would probably do better.
Like, I think the question is which maul, because I have the maul that with your handle on it, or I have the other maul that I bought from the...
Whichever
and she
one
said
can...
something... She said that one could be enchanted a bit better, or something like that. The quality.
I don't think the one that I've done for you can be enchanted.
Yeah.
I don't think the craftsmanship... I mean, it's pretty and it's nice and it's semi sort of functional a little bit.
It's really cool with the reach. It's very long. I love it.
Yeah, I think with a bit more practice and time I might be able to make something a little bit better, but that was very much a case of kind of on the fly.
Yeah, if you ever do something like that again, keep the length, but have some sort of balance out to it. I love the length.
Well, the thing I'm looking at doing is obviously...
Just slap on his shoulder.
That joke goes completely over Vieira's head and she ignores it. Obviously, I've mentioned this to you, Samira, already, and you kind of said that you didn't really know. But maybe Cassius is interested as well. Obviously, I'm interested in learning to enchant my own arrows, because I've got spells that I know that can enchant them. It's possible that I might be able to do something with a weapon for each of us, although you've got that dagger, Cassius, that you like so much. So you probably don't need a different magical weapon in that sense.
I mean, more is better.
More is always better, exactly. So for me, I'm looking at learning to enchant my own arrows. And you mentioned that when you were doing it, Samira, it was kind of the creation process, and you weren't really sure if it was you doing.
Yeah, I think I mentioned that it seems that I sort of carried it over during my time from the tower because it was working, glass blowing during that time, and I just kind of did the same, imbuing a bit of myself into my work.
Yeah.
And that worked?
Well, I was thinking, I mean, I craft my own arrow shafts and fletch them, and the only thing really is that I put an existing arrowhead onto those arrows, so I might be able to enchant the arrow shaft itself to carry the enchantment.
It just needs to be of a high enough quality.
It does.
That's the thing.
But if I make them, it just means that I might make, if I sit and spend an entire day, I can make loads of arrows. So maybe instead of trying to make loads of them, I make 5 really good ones. But then also try and figure out how to do the enchantment side of it too. I think a bit like an alchemist's lab with the potions we made, Cassius, it's gonna need like a special place to prepare it. But I was thinking that we might be able to find something like that in Tuzan. There are certainly enchanters there, so they must have workshops that we maybe can hire.
Yes.
I was thinking the same thing, actually. Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, I was just saying because speaking of workshop and enchanting in general coming up in Tuzan, I am relearning how to weave and everything. It's kind of trying to figure out if I can also do the magic thing through that, or only through glass blowing. Because what I was thinking is, Cassius, you have your gloves, right? But detecting magic, it immediately pinpoints your finger. If you put a magic glove on top of it, would that counteract?
As far as I know, it needs to be like very specific or spell.
Well, Destrian said something about a spell that can hide the presence of magic.
Yes, or a certain material, like the box it was in. I think it was lead.
Could I get some lead? Like you can get gold thread, you can get silver thread. Does lead work as a thread?
Don't know. Probably
That's something to try out.
That would be a good idea, and it would be a good idea for any magical weapons that we have, if you're making sheaths anyway.
Yeah.
A lead-lined sheath will weigh a lot.
That's true, but if it's something, I at least know that for the finger and the dagger as well, these are items that someone would kill for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's something I'll definitely have a look for. But
yeah.
You were talking about a workshop or something. Were you wanting to make something?
I mean, the potion making was going quite well with Destrians, and even though I learned it, didn't really have the time or the opportunity to actually use it. Actually I made these two things, and I was like, I showed you, right? Like, it pushed out the bottles of funsies and not funsies.
Oh yeah, you mentioned something about the drugs.
Yeah.
You mentioned them,
yeah, so I'm wondering, I'm just want to do, it feels useless just knowing it and not doing anything with it. So as soon as we get the opportunity, and with the enchanting VR, maybe I could help out at least, because with the rituals or the magic that I was learning from Destrian was really focused on spending time instead of the stuff that I usually do, and kind of like weaving it in. I was making creating scrolls. This is actually also something that I want to, because
that's what made me think, because obviously you're weaving the magic into the scroll, which can't be too much different from weaving the magic into an item.
Yeah.
So maybe it might be easier. I mean, it might be something all three of us want to work on.
Do we have to be really good at writing then?
Only if you're trying to make a scroll?
Yeah.
I presume. The other thing that's probably not a bad idea for us to think about is that you've got that ability to send messages, Samira. Could you turn that into a scroll?
I don't know how to make scrolls, so I can try, but I can imbue it in some sort of object easier without asking around about scrolls.
I mean, the scrolls I can probably help with. We just need the right materials. Same goes for the items, the objects, anything.
Yeah.
I don't know are scrolls reusable?
No.
Yeah, because the objects I've made so far are.
Yeah, that's true. But I think the scrolls are less expensive.
Okay.
They're one-time use, but much less expensive. They're the kind of thing, we're not going to be sending messages every 5 minutes, but if we're separated for whatever reason and each of us is carrying, well, it doesn't even have to be each of us, because you can use the ability, Samira. So if Cassius and I are carrying a scroll each, at least that gives us the opportunity to tell someone else there's a problem if we're separated. And there's also works over really long distances, so that might come in handy.
I was also interested in the speed that I did. I think it would be useful if any of us can get out. Like, you guys are quick already, but can always be quicker. So
true. That's
that would help, I think, as well. That's something that's the one I'm interested in getting out.
Yeah, by all means. Yeah.
If we learned anything in the past few days, that in general, and since we're here, is that speed is essential to survival. Yeah. We've got a bunch ahead of us, along with creating shit, getting a job. We gotta do that shit too. We gotta investigate.
Job is first thing. It's on the timeline, but
well, do remember that Layla's been tracking this job down for quite a long time already.
Yeah.
So yes, it's the priority, but it's not necessarily the top priority. It's got to happen
It
right
might not
away.
be immediately happening all the time. There might be breaks.
I think I don't know about you guys, but I think we're going to be spending at least several weeks, probably a month,
yeah.
maybe even 2 in Tucson.
I definitely want to stay in Tucson until I have the ability to get that magic creating done.
Yeah, I mean, it's the capital, so we're not going to find a bigger or better stocked place for a long time.
Yeah.
We might as well take advantage and get to know it, and we're not short on cash.
I also
We've got enough money to settle in for a couple of months if we need to.
Yeah. I mean, I also want to research Hildegard, and because of that thing, you know? And I don't know how long that process is.
Yeah, and...
The official way. What the fuck that is.
Well, it
Paperwork.
sounds like a lot of paperwork. I'm just glad I can't.
Oh, it's boring.
Sounds like a lot of wait time after a lot of paperwork.
It does.
If you even get in.
I think you'll get in, but it might take weeks, potentially, to get in, to get approval from the right people.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we're all kind of on the same page, at least when it comes to what we're expecting in Tucson.
Oh no, staying in a city? How horrible.
Yeah, I mean, we're not in a rush particularly, right? We don't have any engagement immediately.
We don't have any engagements at all, other than the job for Layla. Which we should probably just refer to as the job for our client now, and not mention
It's
names.
just refer to it, the job.
Yeah. We only have one currently, so, you know.
That's it. We all know what we're talking about when we say the job. And yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. I mean, I'm not overly fond of cities, but it's something I'm going to have to acclimatize to here as well. I kind of avoided them back home, shall I say.
I mean, good thing is the city here, at least, and all here seem to be more nature combined. Like, there's some that are just purely stone and dirt.
Yeah, well, you say that, but even stone is nature, after all.
Yeah, I don't know about that. No idea.
Well, rats are nature.
Rats are nature too.
Rats,
plenty of those around. Pigeons, which are basically flying rats, so...
You get both input mentally to you, Cassis. Cockroaches, bugs.
Cockroaches, yeah, exactly.
Roaches are tasty. Like them. They crunch.
Okay, if we ever get into a place and it has roaches, we won't have to worry about it.
Okay, what?
He's talking to you is familiar with you.
Oh, okay, I thought you said it out loud.
No, I said that out loud, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what... Okay, what? Why wouldn't...
Why would roaches be a problem in the first place?
You can eat them. That's fine.
I mean, you can. There's a lot of protein in them.
They're a delicacy where I'm from. You didn't know that.
If you cook them properly.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that, not roaches specifically, but I've eaten bugs. But roaches?
Sure.
Yeah.
Put some honey on them, glaze them.
Some silkworms, but roaches?
Yeah. Honey,
glaze them.
As long
as you boil them, there's no kind of disease or anything left being carried by.
I think I've always just associated roaches with trash.
It's basically kind of like, you know, these like fish that are like really poisonous, but you still eat them like a little bit anyway. Kind of like that.
Just don't eat the very poisonous part.
Yes.
Oh, puffer fish?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cute. They're cute. I like them.
Taste
kind
was
of
okay.
puffing themselves up.
Taste was kind of disappointing.
Like
Bo, in answer to that, jumps off the bed and makes his little straw dress puff up.
Exactly like that.
See, he's learning as well. Probably at some point we'll know coming. So.
How long do you think it'll take him to understand it?
He understands you already.
You think I got you guys?
He listens to every single thing you say.
He listens, but he doesn't understand everything.
He understands everything you say.
When could you... What? What words do you know already? What can you talk?
Friend, sleep, booze, punch,
You fit right in.
spoon,
Shit.
spork,
Shit.
spork,
Shit.
spork, shitter,
Shitter.
Ooh,
Fuck.
I think that you can avoid that word right
fuck.
now. Yeah, I think you can avoid shitter in the next.
Fuck, and he like runs around and it's like dancing and goes fuck, and Vinny is following him dancing as well.
I mean, you did open up a barrel of worms there, I have to say.
Yeah,
Yeah,
amazing.
if my baby boy ever says something like that to me, you're at fault.
How do you know it wasn't him who taught it to him?
I would
Yeah,
know. I
Bo-
would know.
Bo was innocent when I made him.
Nothing related to you is innocent.
You corrupted him with your 2D whatever this thing is. Winnie,
Do we
your friend.
even know? Has Vinny been able to explain to you what he is yet? Because he does remember his previous self.
Yeah, Vinny doesn't. I asked and didn't really remember. Before I gathered that they said something about they were similar to my patron, fractured in some way, so didn't remember.
Okay.
But I figured I made some sort of acclamation of their body, so they're here.
If only somebody would have had more hints. I wonder how.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you do
A
that
picture
thing,
lands on the
Cassius,
windowsill.
where you tried to read Vinny's thoughts?
Oh yeah, they said that didn't work, right?
No, it was just like a jumble.
No,
I couldn't
he
really
got
make any
different
sense of it.
thoughts.
Yeah, it was like a whole bunch of things together, but it was weird for me because it doesn't really like thoughts and people are they're strange. For some it's more like sometimes it's more images, sometimes it's words, but for him it was just like pure experience. I couldn't really make a lot of sense of it, probably because we don't really think the
Roll me a
same way.
deception check.
Insight.
I just straight up believe him. I don't really roll insight. I just straight up believe him. Don't really expect him to lie to me, so take that how you will.
In the meantime, Vin is helping Bo onto the window, and they're opening up the window and trying to get the pigeon, but it flies away. Vieira, 5 hours later, no, you believe him.
Yeah. I don't
Makes
disbelieve
sense,
him.
yeah.
You don't disbelieve me, yeah, that's a good way to say it.
I mean, Vinny is kind of not really a verbal form anyways. They kind of are images and in movement constantly, so it makes sense that he didn't really get anything out of it.
That's how you describe it when you communicate with them, right?
Yeah, exactly. We give more impressions instead of like emotions, impressions, like pictures across.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's...
I was just thinking, I mean, if it's something you can't explain, we do have that potion of mind reading, so it's possible that Samira or I could drink that and then read your thoughts after you've read, or even just read Vinny's thoughts.
Once more, we'd have to ask Vinny beforehand if they'd agree.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
So I don't know. Yeah. That's even. Yeah, I don't know what.
I think the problem is that Cassius can't really explain what it is he saw or felt.
Oh, okay,
and
that's
of course,
interesting.
neither of us understand it either. But at least if one of us drank that potion, one of us would understand
The
it.
last time I read
better.
Samira's thoughts, I saw a bunch of shit I don't ever want to see fucking again.
What
Yeah,
did
but
you
that-
see
but that-
outside of your
but that
nicely
was
polished
Samira.
forehead? Come on. And scalp.
I think
What
that
is
was
so special, is it?
I think that was enough of a shock by the sound of it.
Just to interrupt something for something way more important and relevant. There's a pretty elf outside.
What?
Isn't
Just
it?
gonna get up, like go to the window, look outside.
Is she busty and blonde?
She's blonde.
Describe the elf to me.
She has very long blonde hair. Kind of like, Legolas haircut, if you will. She is tall. not too tall, right? It's like not like, oh my god, but like she's definitely above average. It's difficult to tell what age she is, but then elves are always difficult to tell once they had hit like age of maturity. She's like standing basically across the street, underneath like the cover of the roof edge, with like she's wearing a cloak, but like the hood is back, and she's like looking down the street like towards the harbor where the gate is, and just standing there and waiting. But yeah, she's pretty.
Yeah, she is quite pretty.
And yeah, stands out because like anything that's not Aasimar like is really easy to spot.
Mm-hmm. Is it an elf I recognize?
Did you follow Cassius to the window?
I didn't follow Arbel, but I did follow Cassius.
Yeah, no, you don't.
As soon as he mentioned.
It's not Julia, no.
Okay. At which point Viera will kind of give her a cursive glance and then just turn away from the window and sit back down again.
Yeah, Cassius, I don't. What are you thinking right now? I don't really want to get into trouble again. What are you thinking?
Well, you don't know.
I'm asking you.
I'm not thinking anything. Well,
we could just tie you down, and she could drink that potion.
Boy's still standing on the windowsill with Vinny, like looking down along with Abel. I'm sorry, with Cassius. Fuck's sake! Cassius!
Don't confuse me with that dick. Come on.
Oh.
Oh yeah. You could definitely tie me down and read my thoughts. Yeah, sure. For something like this.
How about we stop joking around about that? And is that you said something about a blonde elf being the potential something?
Yeah, this one doesn't have a huge rack.
Okay, so let's sit down again because we're not accompanying you as a quartet to flirt.
It's like basically like look at Bo and say like, do you even know what that means?
Of course I know what that means.
Alright.
But I said that he does the hip thrusting motion.
Alright, it's enough information.
I ignore that, just, corruption happening there. And sitting back
imitating.
Down. I immediately stop. This is not good for you.
Vinny's very confused about this because he just likes
friends.
Doing funny movements.
Okay, I'll just sit down and just start tentatively explaining to Vinny that some things are just crude and not polite to do, and just start that conversation.
I start mentally telling Bo to keep it up with teaching Winnie everything.
Bo is also at this point confused, and then Vinny kind of turns to Bo, and then they get Samira, you feel this rapid fire Vinny trying to ask Bo why is it bad, and Bo then going into very quiet explanations. It's fine. Animals do it. Squirrels do it. Goats do it. I saw goats doing it. Chickens do it. But it looks kind of brutal. Pigeons do it too. And he goes for an entire freaking list of animals he saw doing it in his life, which is a long list, by the way.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm just.
And also he describes the variations, and then what the differences are between the species, and then he goes into ducks.
Oh boy. At this point, I just mentally shut him out. I was like, all right.
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah, I'm just.
Vinny's just confused about why they all would be doing all that, because most of it sounds very awful and brutal.
Okay, I'll summon
He's
Vinny
horrified
to
by
me
ducks,
and just
by the way.
Just sit down in a corner with them and just have a nice, quiet, collected talk.
You're giving them the talk. You're giving. Yeah. Oh, okay, please humor me. What are you telling them?
Okay, this is all mentally, so they can't laugh at me.
Okay.
I'll just go into this as a cycle of life that every species does for reproduction, but also certainly for pastime that some beings do. It is cruel to imitate or make fun of in front of other people. Instead, if you are a rowdy person like Cassius or Bo, sometimes they do it for fun. And you are I am not inclined to do that, and it's distasteful to me, but you can do what you want, but just be aware the inclinations that has to other people, and just explanation just currently just what other people think and more like the societal implications there.
So I'm explaining the whole baby making thing as well.
Yeah, that also.
Okay.
Like
So
reproduction.
at the end, like Vinny gives you like that like big-eyed, golden-eyed look, and you get this like question that basically mentally translates to, "Can I have babies too?"
I'll just
And basically you get like an impression of an imagination with Vinny with like a bunch of mini Vinnies around Vinny, and they're all dancing.
Gently tell Vinny that I don't know what species you are. I don't know. I'm sorry how that works for you. You'll have to find that out yourself. Or if you want, I can try to find it out for you, but not immediately. And you'll have to find other ways, because I don't know what you are. If you're conscious,
You get sad
of some sort,
disappointment.
Yeah, but I'll just let Vinny know that children are family, but we are also family. So you're good now. You're not alone, anyways.
Okay, he gives you like a 2D hug.
Just glare after this whole. I just stink glare at Cassius.
So like watching her like what?
Just glaring, just not even saying anything, just glaring. And I just take out my loom and just start my work. Yeah.
My work is done here.
Yeah, your work is done here.
Should have seen the comment she was posting in my chat. Wow. So proud.
Yeah.
So, Vera. Writing. Ready?
Sorry, I was lost in thought.
What were you thinking about?
I don't know if it's just because I'm paying more attention to it, but I seem to be noticing all the elves that we come across in the different towns. Given that there's really not that many different races other than kind of the Asmar and the humans. There's a fair number of elves. Or we just seem to be coming across them.
I think maybe because they just stand out more, because there may be so few of them.
I think it's also because I'm looking or aware of them being so few, so mentally I'm paying more attention to when we do see them. What's the woman doing across the street? Is she just standing there?
I just asked Bo what she's doing.
He gives you a comment about like, "Well, there's an ugly ass dwarf talking to her."
Just repeat him. There's an ugly ass dwarf talking to her.
Male or female?
Male
Male.
or female? Male.
He does have no hair, but an ugly beard.
That's fine. It's not one of the grannies, so...
No hair, ugly beard.
Filthy ginger.
What is that connection there?
I'm not repeating this. I was just like mental eyebrow raised to Bo. What?
And slight mouth parting in an...
The thing is, like, he said that completely dispassionately. Like, you didn't get like a emotional impression. It seems like something he has heard and is repeating now.
Okay.
Because the previous master hates gingers.
Apparently, as like mentally ask him like, Bo, like you can do all the hip thrusting you want, but people really get riled up for that kind of thing.
Oh, I don't mean that.
Where did you hear it?
Well, my former master didn't like gingers.
All right.
He told me that they all stink. I mean, I don't know because I've never talked to one or I smelled it.
Wow. I just like say this out loud, like wow. All right. So, actually, should all just have like a good conversation about anything we want to know about this magical dick in Tucson, because apparently he hates gingers because they all stink. Yikes.
Damn, that's rough.
Well, that's good. We know what sort of disguise to crop up then, don't we?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
If we want to stay out of his way, because he'll actively avoid us if we're.
Oh yeah,
He'll
Master
actively
really like
persecute us.
blondes, like a lot.
Good thing I am mostly brunette.
You didn't hear that?
Good.
I just like ask Bo at this point. Bo, you could see, like you said, you could like see soul hair, right? And that Richard was like a fat bald guy. It's not the dwarf, right? You would have said so.
No, it's not. It's not the dwarf.
Okay.
Never seen the guy.
Okay. Perfect.
He has a really big nose.
Wait, the dwarf or
The dwarf.
Richard? Oh.
Oh,
Yeah, just,
now they're gone.
They left together?
Yeah.
Oh. Right. You know, as for every pot, there's a lid. I think that's the expression.
He closed the window.
Is this still you talking out loud, or?
No, I just say this to Bo, and it's like go to Vera and turn back to Vera. So, yeah, maybe it's just you're putting attention to it, but probably also aren't you putting attention to it because of your sister? Just like kind of like looking for them.
Yeah, I'm conscious of the fact that we've moved through a few towns now and haven't done at least a little bit of asking around.
I mean, we're here for a bit. We can at least try.
Yeah, I don't know. A part of me wants to find her. A part of me scared too.
Why?
Well, hi Cassius, I'm the sister you never knew existed. I followed you through to a completely foreign world without knowing who you are or why.
Yeah.
How would
Vera.
you take that?
Vera. As someone with a surprise sibling as well in the past,
Wait, what?
it's just a good thing. It might be surprising, but don't be scared how she's gonna react.
He came all this way, and
Well,
Yeah.
exactly. Would she blame herself because I followed her?
I mean, it was your decision.
But that's-
If she blames herself, it's something she has to grapple with. You can only
Exactly.
support.
that's for her to decide. You're like, otherwise, you're not even giving her the chance.
Yeah.
I know. Like I said, I'm still going to look for her. It's just, yeah. Sometimes I wonder if it will make things better or worse or no different at all.
I mean, I'm all for you finding her because it's a beautiful thing to find family that you've lost, that you didn't even know you had before.
Vera, something that came. Well, you told us that your parents they stayed together for a long time after they had the first job, which is apparently for your people strange, or not strange, but not common. But I was wondering, why did they only tell you after 30 or how many years was it that why didn't they tell you from the beginning that you had a sister?
It's not very common for families to stick and stay together. The community themselves is more of a community. So in that respect, the village is like one big family anyway. We all work towards making everyone else's lives happier too by the things that we do. So it's not unusual to find out that you have a sister or even a half sister or brother or father or mother, because relationships are very fluid normally among people. They tend to be, I mean, we would call them seasonal. sort of things. They might last long enough for a child to be born, and then they might not dissolve. The affection is still there. It's more a case of just they came together, they had some fun, a bit like you were describing with your relationships, Cassius. You come together, have some fun, you spend a night together, and then it's over, and you move on. And there's a beauty in that because you get to share yourself with more than one person. And also you get the beauty of seeing so many other different lives too. But yeah, my parents are a little bit different in that regard, and strange is the word, because among our community it is strange for them to stay together. It's not bad, but there's an implication of they are being selfish with each other in that sense. But nobody's gonna kind of rip them apart because of it. They see the beauty in that too. Two people who are willing to give up everyone else just to be together. So yeah, like, it wouldn't surprise me if I find out that she knew she had a brother that was born 60 years before her, and that we never knew. That is something that could entirely happen. That wouldn't be unusual. The only time that siblings tend to know they are siblings is when they are born in quick succession, which is pretty uncommon. So yeah, it's not unusual to find out. Why did I find out now? Because my parents were heading to Evermead. And as I was departing, my mum told me that actually I still had a sister out there somewhere in the world. And she told me that the last message she'd ever received from her was that she was trying to investigate some tower in Cormia that had suddenly appeared. And that was the last message she ever received. Which is why I was looking for the tower. It makes sense now, that's why it was the last message she ever received. Because she did go through the tower. And I know that much. I asked the father as I was coming through, and he said that yes, she had passed through the tower. So, she's here somewhere. Somewhen. Maybe. If time is a linear thing, based on the fact that we all had different times spent in the tower.
Yeah.
Probably not a linear thing, as far as the tower is concerned. She may have appeared here in the world 100 years ago, 400 years ago. We've no idea. She might be on the outside world, for all we know.
I mean, even if she arrived here hundreds of years ago, we don't know that, and it's... I'm all for you finding her, even if it's just her legacy.
Or at least finding out what happened to her.
Yeah. I mean, it might be scary. I understand that, and you might feel a bit weird about telling her you followed in a way. But like Cassius said, it's your decision.
Yeah,
To make
I mean,
that.
it is. It's your decision to follow up on it, but don't use it as a reason not to go, because that's up to her. She can decide that what she does with the information.
We've been here 2 months, and I haven't done much in the way of digging at all, but a part of me wanted to start asking people like Creo who travel around a lot if they've seen or heard signs of her, and I still do need that conversation with Creo because you went to talk to him about stuff, and he said send her along at some point to discuss it. But obviously there's been a barrel of other things happening in the meantime, so today's not really the right day, I don't think.
Do you know anything more about her than her looks or her name? Like what she liked to do? Was she just like you?
No idea. Her name was Liara. if she chooses to go by a different name now, then she chooses to go by a different name now. She would still recognize the name, I'm assuming.
Mm.
We didn't forget our pasts when we came through the tower. There's no reason to think she would either.
Yeah.
But it may have been 30 years ago. What?
Roll me an intelligence check. Keep going.
Yeah. I mean, I doubt she would appear sometime in the future, because that would make no sense, since even if we had different times in the tower or in a challenge, we arrived at the same moment in time.
Yeah, maybe, but the father did say that time
But
is
we entered
fluid.
at the same time. Yeah. She may have spent 400 years in the tower. That's all for all she knows. And she could pop out in 20 years' time. We just don't know. So.
Well, then it's a long stretching goal in the future. Then even then, I mean, if you want to find her, you've
got to
enough.
start somewhere, don't you? So.
Yeah.
And okay, don't take this the wrong way. And like I get that you're hesitant, really. But as someone that might not live 400 years, there's no such thing as a bad time. And if you want to find family, there has been a lot of stuff happening, but what is one little drop more? Just start it. Otherwise, it just keeps in the air. But yeah, it's my 2 cents. 2 copper pieces.
Yeah.
Mm.
No. It's your decision to start when, but we're glad to support you. I mean, I'm not very good at information gathering, but if you need someone to be interrogated, I'm all here.
You say that you're not, but you know the circles in which sailors move, and sailors are the people who move the most. So if she has moved, she's been probably on a ship. And sailors would have found it unusual to see an elf in her year, specifically. So if she's come through here on the way to Balabalia, this is the only way she could have come. So I think this is a good choke point, if you like. Taria is also a place where I should really have asked questions, because if she was heading for Balabalia from this way, Taria would have been the last place she hit before getting to Balabalia.
I mean, we can send a couple messages back, that's no problem.
Yeah.
We know some people back there. I mean, we kind of forewarned the city from a whole fucking storm that could have demolished everything. They can owe us some answers.
I don't particularly want to be finding this information on the back of, hey, you owe us some favors. This is just
but
stuff,
we can just ask.
Like, people like Creo transport people all the time, and he's not the only captain. But it might cost a few silver in a pub to go around asking a few captains, did they ever transport an elf named Liera in any direction?
Yeah.
She would have looked similar to me, I imagine. I don't know what she looked like, but we shared the same parents, so it's safe to assume we probably look similar. Probably long hair. I don't know if it's short or long. I don't know if... I mean, the facial tattoos aren't specific to my tribe. But she may have had them, she may not. I don't know. That's the only thing that may have been different.
I mean, yeah. And I don't think sending a message... We could send a message to, like, the guard captain, possibly, from Penland. Maybe he knows, but...
I think the better thing would be... Do the ships have to record who their travelers are and where they're coming and going? Everything we've heard is that Tuzan is a place of paperwork you've got to fill in. So presumably people traveling, ships must have to keep log of who they're traveling.
I don't know about that.
Depends on what kind of ship.
Yeah, there's... Smuggling is a thing.
Legitimate travelers, at least.
Legitimate travel, maybe, yeah. Hohias would sound like the place to do that kind of stuff, so...
Yeah.
to log in.
I mean, there seems to be a lot of books in the Great Library.
Yeah, I'm not going to be reading those anytime soon.
We can
another
hire
note,
someone
though,
to look stuff up. I mean, we got enough money.
We do.
Yeah.
On another note, though, just thinking back to our job,
Yeah.
there was a name mentioned, wasn't there, Cassius?
Yeah.
Samuel Lockwood. Is that the name?
Yeah.
Yeah, Samuel. Yeah.
Thinking about my sister, I'm reminded that Liera doesn't actually mean anything, which is very unusual for an Elvish name. But in that same sense, Samuel does mean something.
What does it mean?
To have a garlanded maiden.
Sorry
And-
again,
but
please. I didn't hear you.
To have a garlanded maiden. And based on his surname, it would be to have a maiden locked in wood. Basically.
Ooh. That sounds ominous.
A little bit, but that's the meaning of his name. That sounds like a fake name.
Yeah, sounds like he is a kidnapper.
or she.
Yeah.
But if you were a kidnapper, why would you choose a name that means it? It's kind of like on the nose, right?
There's some sick, powerful people who like taunting.
That's actually true. Yeah,
if
like
they're
some
the kind of
killers like
people who
leaving some
can't
kind
be
of trail.
touched.
I want to point out, Chris, to you, even in the Forgotten Realms, most people outside Elven culture that don't speak Elvish have no fucking clue that Elven names mean anything.
Yeah.
They would be completely oblivious.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing that... It's something a non-elf wouldn't recognize or see, particularly.
But if that's the case, and I'm sounding paranoid right now, but a reason to take a name like this is to lure others.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Not necessarily. Not every elf chooses their name. Some names are given to you. So you might find that there's a completely benign story based around the meaning of that name.
But why might they not choose a different name if they're on the up and up? You can change your name.
You could. Some people don't. It's like, I will never change my name. Just because it might become unfortunate. It's my name.
That's different. Yeah, if you don't want to... What does your name even mean?
Well, my surname translates as main shadow.
Oh, that's beautiful.
In the common tongue, for the most part.
Type.
Type. I don't remember off the top of my head what my first name stands for, but I do have it written down.
I mean, names are powerful things, like you said, so...
Well, all names are powerful things.
Yeah, you keep them, you drop them, you do whatever you want with them. Get a new one. Change them.
I mean, even the elf that you met with the caravan, right, Selenve, if you remember, was named Streaming Name of God's Weave, Selenve Vervanian.
Yeah. Most elven names mean something.
Yep.
Just most other races don't notice it.
Yeah. Any case, veering off a little bit, but...
Also, as a side note, Viera, you have a fate point from Steve.
Nice.
Nice.
Please note it down.
Yikes.
You gotta use it now, come on.
Yeah. Do we have time?
I will not
There we go.
redeem it. If you don't use it now, I will keep it for next session.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we should probably find out some more info. I don't know if that's something that we can spend tonight doing. It's mid-afternoon, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, we can do it tonight, but I don't know if tonight is really a good mood in general in the town with everything that happened.
Why not?
Well, the other taverns and stuff aren't gonna know. So
There might be some news traveling around, yeah, but
Yeah, gossip happens. I mean,
honestly, I would want to wait with it. It's like, do it.
okay.
Honestly, I'm also not looking forward to like be any more stuck in this room than we need to be, but alright.
yeah, I mean, we've got to be in the city, but we can tell the others downstairs that we're heading out just for a walk around town and have a look at some stuff, visit some of the other bars and stuff, see what else is around.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the best.
I mean, considering that Hilda got attacked in a shitter, if we're gonna get attacked, it might happen anywhere. It might happen here. It might happen when we're on the road, in the town, whatever.
I think if we're in the middle of the street, we have a lot better chances of moving because we all know we're good at movement.
Yeah, so
Open spaces versus closed. Open's better.
Yeah, that's true.
Not that I think we're going to get attacked. But...
no,
So
but
you-
just
So you want to go through taverns first?
Um,
I mean, this is the tavern closest to the dock, right?
Yeah.
this
at
is
least-
the tavern. There is the other one that we could go to as well. I'm not sure it's the right
Yeah,
sort
it's-
of.
They're
place
not
to
the kind
us.
of tavern to give information out. You might try.
No.
They might try to charge you a whole bunch for it. There is an information broker in town. Just need to know the password. It's
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can head back downstairs. I don't think there's many more patrons other than the other 3 crew members, but we haven't even asked the crew members if they've ever transported a person, so the crew's a good place to start.
Creo would have probably said something, because I already asked him about it, so I don't think so, but...
Well, he doesn't know any details, does he? Like, he might have
He's-
transported lots of elves in the past.
As the
I'm an
captain of the ship?
Yeah,
Yeah, the captain would know his own passengers.
he would, but hi, have you ever transported any elves anywhere? I bet you the answer's yes.
Specifically, also already mentioned her name, and if that would ring a bell, I would have trusted him to say something. If
Well,
he didn't,
he told me to go and see him, didn't he?
yeah.
So maybe he wanted to give me the info, if he does know. He probably doesn't, but...
Although, when you're saying, like, talking about maybe not the right moment, Samir, asking the crew anything right now, probably not the right thing to do. So that, yes, I agree, we can ask him at some point, but maybe that kind of conversation, he's probably distracted by other things right now, so...
Yeah,
Plus, if we start in this tavern, there's not really many visitors right now, so we'd have to wait a couple hours for sundown.
Yeah,
we can
exactly.
ask the innkeeper at least, and then start our stroll.
Like, hey, human, do you remember an elf from 30 years ago?
Want to point out it's 45 minutes till dusk. No, sorry, 1 hour 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Shinny can't do math.
Yeah, I'd say towards dinner time. Yeah, dinner time would be a good idea.
Is there anything else you guys want to look out for before dark?
Getting attacked in an outhouse, maybe, then otherwise no.
I mean, do you want to go to the outhouse before dark, Cassius? Should we hold your hand?
Yeah, just join me, and it won't be awkward as well.
Probably not the worst thing I've done.
No, I'm good. Let's I say we go. I don't know. Why not? Want to sit here and wait? We can wait. Now we can do a little bit of writing. Let's do it.
Yeah, we came here to do something.
That's right.
Well,
I feel
I will get nowhere with my commissions if
I
you
feel
just go.
I feel anxious. I just want to do something. Fuck. Alright.
We came here to talk predominantly, without prying ears.
What's the Brack up to?
He's
Grooming,
mostly asleep because
after
it's
he
daytime.
groomed, because after he groomed the rain out of his fur again.
After he groomed the smell of smoke out of his fur,
And
I
rain.
would imagine.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, he's unhappily trying to at least sleep the remainder of the daylight because he's normally awake at night. So yeah, he's not so happy.
He's sleeping on Hilda's bed.
Oh.
Roll up.
Nobody said he shouldn't.
Uh-huh.
Maybe it was a breath.
You hear you see his ears twitching.
Hmm.
Alright, unless any one of you wants to talk some more about anything, I should focus on this the few time I already have today.
Yeah, you carry on with that.
Yeah.
Want to do some writing then?
Let's start with those symbols that we saw.
Oh yeah.
Not even
Symbols of-
common thieves can't. Just getting out of very common.
It's a written language.
Yeah, might as well practice with that.
Putting
useful.
it off how much you can.
Symbols are the easiest thing to start learning because
They are.
I'm used to writing symbols for like danger, bear ahead, or safe spot, or deer and game nearby as part of my hunting. So
I mean,
it makes sense.
It does. I at least know a few of this world that we've seen. What they mean. I was going to compare notes with Creo on the way, but
Oh, okay.
I can at least show you the ones that I saw with the broker, the one at the end, the two at the end, and then a whole bunch of ones I know from back on our world. But just for practice, should be
We'll
okay.
start with those. I mean, you got to practice with something, right? So
Yep.
might as well practice with
Okay.
the easy stuff first.
So how long are you guys doing this?
Until
How
dark.
long?
Shitty gets the GM. Woo!
How long is Samira doing her commission?
She's never gonna be able to do much today, so she wants it. Like how much she can pull off.
I thought we were at some point was like going for dinner.
Well, I'm
Like,
gonna add 2 hours since say it's 6:15 now.
Fine.
Okay, 2 hours at least. Yeah. Okay. She's just keeping going until one of you stops.
Viera, you can add 2 hours to your, scribbly thing.
My scribbly thing. What?
Scribbly. Learning
My scribbly
scribblies.
thing.
Yes.
Now here's where the OOC question starts because
Oh,
I
God.
can't. Can I train
Ooh.
a skill and a feat at the same time?
Ooh, technically, we can only train one, right?
Because I'm
throughout the
currently
day,
training
yes.
one. I'm currently training one. I'm actively training one right now.
You can only learn one language, tool, or feat at a time.
Yikes.
But writing isn't a tool.
Technically, you already know the language, so you just additionally.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
technically the
Really-
language proficiency means you also know writing.
How to write it.
So-
yeah.
It's just
Which,
sort of a reminder.
Yeah.
I will basically let this have this because you should know how to write to begin with the proficiency. And this is more
It's just
of a like
flavor.
RP.
It's just flavor.
Yeah.
It's more for flavor. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, good. Okay, so how many hours in total do I need to learn to
Same
write?
amount of hours. Just suck it. You want to RP this, you're gonna RP it.
Yikes.
Yikes!
Slowest learner ever.
Yep. That's fine. I will add a new item. Writing.
Can I start training a skill that is called patience?
Nope.
It goes towards your wisdom, you know.
No.
So it's 168 is the...
168. Really the slowest ever.
I mean, you're the smart one in a group. You have less time.
Learned 148. I could do ritual casting.
VR doesn't have
Just
intelligence
saying.
modifiers, so...
Nope.
Yeah, we don't have
my
that.
God.
You're a smart one in the group. We all have half plus 0, so you know, you gotta deal with this.
Stuck with bee brains.
Yeah, we'll drawn you the brain.
The good thing about
Sometimes
Samira...
I doubt that, but...
The good thing about Samira and Vieira is that they both learn at the same pace.
Yeah, but you have the advantage of not having to sleep.
Also, as a reminder,
yeah.
Cassius, specifically what Vieira was supposed to tell Creo is what Liera looks like, because you can't tell him that.
Yeah, but she doesn't even know what she exactly looks like.
Well, yeah, I mean, you didn't know that all the time.
Yeah. But that's fine. Same parents, it's safe to assume we have similar facial features and hair color and stuff. Yeah. We won't be identical, but we'll be similar. So, but yeah. So I guess we practiced 2 hours of learning to write specifically thieves' cant.
Sure.
Amazing.
You can't learn a language separately, so thieves' cant doesn't count.
No, I know.
But
I
it's
know.
just symbols.
Don't worry, Lena. It's for flavor purposes because at some point that will be relevant. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
And to be fair, by the time it will become relevant, it will take that long.
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I only get 2 hours. Okay.
Don't worry.
I
have. Chris has long-term plans, and I'm taking those into account.
Long-term plans, crikey. We need to time skip a little bit more often.
He has planned everything out to level fucking 20, okay?
Wow.
Yeah. Nope.
Yeah.
That's
Anyway.
envious.
Anyway, are you going downstairs for dinner then?
Yes.
Grumpy Samira comes along.
We'll go downstairs for dinner. I'm happy to then head back upstairs after that and continue working on...
Going out.
We're going out,
We're going
okay,
out.
yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
I'll have
Happy
a
to
late
do that
night
too.
then.
Come on.
So you're having dinner?
Yes.
The crew
Goat
is back
stew.
by then, by the way. They, like, Creo will let you know that, like, they managed to find people to repair it, and if they can manage to get Jurgen sober in the morning, he can participate. It should take, like, a day.
Okay.
Like, luckily thanks to Vieira's quick reaction, because he was, like, right behind her, but, like, she was quicker, she put it out quick enough for it to be less damaged.
Phew.
Any later would have taken probably hold of the cargo as well, in the big cargo hold, and the damage would have been bigger.
Mm-hmm.
And Mattea would probably not be alive now.
Yeah.
And, like, you know, he will explain a bit. What Samira already knows is that a fire on a ship that's drenched in tar can go horribly wrong really fucking fast.
Mm-hmm. As we saw.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what you get as an update. And then it's 7:15.
All right. You guys ready to head out? Let's go. Let's go. Do something.
Yeah, guess so.
What are you doing?
There's got to be
Carousing.
There's got to be other inns and taverns that we can go to. We're carousing for information.
You're doing okay, so you're doing a pub crawl.
Yes, let's turn it into a pub crawl. After the shit day we've had, we might as well get fucking hammered.
Woo!
Wow.
And Vieira's going to lesser restorate herself before any real damage occurs at the end of the day.
It is raining outside.
You said the rain had stopped.
It started up again. It's gonna rain tomorrow as well. So, like, Lena, how long will it rain?
Let me look at the calendar.
No.
Good thing I just came back.
That's fine. Viera puts on her raincoat. Let's go.
Yeah,
we got
she has
raincoats.
raincoats.
We have raincoat.
It's gonna rain
Raincoats.
until the steady rainfall, a
It's gonna
drizzle.
It's gonna rain until the end
Drizzle.
of next month.
Entire
it's-
month, yeah.
The entire month. It's steady rainfall until the 34th, and then the last 2 days are gonna be drizzle.
Great. So yeah, it's raining for the next 4 days.
Yep. Then
There's a
comes
second of
the month
rain.
heat.
That just makes the heat worse, though.
Yep, it's just gonna be
The first couple of
It's
days.
gonna be really muggy heat.
pure
Gross.
moisture, pure.
Fucking gross.
Yeah. It's just gonna be a
Okay.
rainforest in here. Humidity to 100.
Well, it's pub crawl time.
Pub crawl time.
What are you trying to
Mm.
find out?
Vera is certainly asking anyone 2 questions. And she will highlight that this person may or may not have come through recently or quite a long time ago, anything up to 30 years. So a lot of these people might not even remember that far back.
Mm-hmm.
But she's looking for someone who looks similar to herself, an elf with very dark black hair, might be long, might be short. And she would have gone by the name of Liera, or she would have gone by the name of Ithilday.
Let's smooth over the interactions with any bar people are gonna buy them drinks here and there with like some cheap ones, just beer and ale and such that we can afford.
Is heading the roll?
I have literally exhaustion right now. So
I
I'm starting conversation off with.
got a fate
I'm-
point from Steve, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
I'm
starting.
gonna burn it to clear my exhaustion, and I will do the roll.
Yeah, I'm starting off the
All right.
conversation to get sailors that are most likely to talk to us, and then when it comes to the sister, she's gonna take Ryan.
You're letting the charismatic guy do nothing. All right, okay.
If you wanna
like-
come, you can
Hey,
come.
I'm coming. I'm leading the fucking pub crawl. I'm just drinking now.
I
Oh,
want
well
to
then.
point out that like this is a role that I'm gonna give you my one once in a while. I sure want to do this thing of like this is a difficult role. You might want to let it be led by the person with the highest charisma.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say I'm gonna give whoever wants gonna lead the sister question advantage from just starting off the conversation in the right ways.
If Yara wants to head it, it's her sister.
I'm up
Letting
for
you
anyone.
decide.
Viera's assisting Cassius by giving descriptions of the elf and showing her face.
Face.
Obviously, this
Yeah.
is what she would have looked like, but probably 30 years ago.
Yeah, and I'll be basically looking for the most talkative people, plying them with drinks. Because of course that's part of it. I'm happy to spend coin on it.
Mind you, you also know that the most talkative people don't necessarily know the most.
True,
But anyway,
that's true.
roll me. What is it? Whatever is higher for you, persuasion or investigation,
Just out of curiosity,
with advantage.
can I, while Cassius is doing this, actively scan the room for people who might have reacted to the name Liera or Ithilday?
Yeah, sure.
And that will also be my contribution.
Nope.
Pretty shit for me.
Mm,
I'm gonna use my fate point,
nice.
inspiration, to I can re-roll, right?
Didn't you
Yes.
already use your fate point?
No,
I think
used it.
Chris did. Chris
Okay.
did, yeah.
Chris did it to clear the.
No.
I did it
for the
Your
medicine
level
check.
5 one.
Chris did both. Chris did both. Chris did from I think previous one, right?
Oh yeah, right. Because you rolled that 10 and then you re-rolled it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the investigation or something like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
The
I
medicine
didn't.
check.
I didn't use mine
Yeah.
mine
Okay.
yet.
Sorry.
So I'll use it right now.
Okay.
There you go.
What the actual fuck? I give
Yeah,
it a
and-
30 DC.
Oh my god.
Charisma
even
is
if
never
it's
a
not-
dump stat. There
Even
we
if
go.
it's not advantage, the 20 is the first one that came, so you know it's still a 30.
So we solved the mystery of my missing sister in the first pub we went to.
So, VR, this is your long-term goal already finished?
No, that's not my long-term goal. I hate to break it to you.
It's a dwarf. I'm not gonna name him because it's relevant. Basically, it's a dwarf that's not from here. He's actually traveled here from northern parts of the continent, right?
The red-haired dwarf?
Yeah, so he's like a traveling
Is
merchant.
it the ginger?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's
just asking.
But it's a traveling merchant, right? Who's here like for a few days and then traveling through and then like on the way to south to go to the Elven lands, right? And back. Like it's basically he is like pretty sure it's not 30 years ago. But then again, those things are like weird in the lands to the north beyond Hoia. But like there's a lass like that description would fit, but she got black hair. But her name is Liera.
What's her name?
Rain.
Makes sense. And whereabouts did you meet her in the Northlands?
Oh, I didn't meet. No, he didn't meet her. Like
you heard about her.
Oh yeah. I was like, but like Raymond, you. I saw a picture of like a wanted poster because on one of the edges of the lands because apparently she's part of like a notorious hunting party that terrorizes sometimes the villages on the edge of the Elven lands. The Fey lands, mind you. The zone of the Elven, the Fey lands. And he's only noting like it might just be like that. I don't know. To him, all elves look the same, but like you kind of look like the drawing, but with dark hair. The drawing has dark hair.
But I have dark hair.
I mean, black hair, right?
I have black hair.
Yeah, I know. Okay, sorry. I keep looking at your picture, and you have like gray hair on your picture.
No, that's just the moonlight.
Yeah, never mind. Yeah, she got like, and the drawing also has like those swirls that you got less on your face.
Okay.
But they look different.
Mhm.
But they don't look like the swirlies that other elves have.
Yes, so unusual swirl.
He's very ignorant to the point of being like insulting.
What do you know? Do you know what the nearest? She's not bothered about that. It's fine. Do you know what the nearest town or city to this area would be called?
Gee, I'm gonna open up fucking map. Give me a second.
Okay. Okay.
This is a
Fucking
success.
I fucking hate you!
No, your nat
I
one was
gave
worth
it
it
a
at the beginning.
legitimate chance, right? Because it's unlikely that somebody rolls a fucking 30.
All I can say is, you're welcome.
Yeah, the nat one was worth it.
Then that one was worth it. Redemption!
So he saw it
Oh, fuck.
because he personally doesn't travel through the Lalian Empire. Because nobody travels through the Lalian Empire because only like selected caravans. He personally got a ship to go along the coast. Yeah, he saw it in Zaros, which is a coastal town in Lalian.
If I were to travel there from here, how many months would it take me approximately? Like, is it a month, 5 months?
No, it's not months. Jesus, no.
Okay. Weeks?
Well, give me a second. I can measure it. Depends on the ship, of course.
Of course.
In a straight line, I will give you the straight line right now, because the other stuff will take too long.
Yeah.
But he's a merchant, so he knows, like, in a straight line, it would be 350 miles.
So 100 hours, 4 days.
If you could make it straight, yes. It's along, but like it's more likely that you would actually go along the coast, right?
Yes, that's fine. Don't need any more information than that. Rousing success, Cassius? Pay the man with more beer.
Yeah. Here you go, buddy. Thank you. And have yourself a pleasant evening.
He will cheers you. It's more like 600 miles along the coast. 600, 650.
Yeah, that's fine.
I will be honest, I did not expect it to go that well.
You didn't expect it to go this well? You're
Really?
seriously offending me right
I
now.
hate
Not
you.
immediately, not in the first day, in the first tavern.
It's not in
Hey,
the first
we've-
tavern. I want
Okay.
to point this out. You
Okay,
were
not
Yeah.
in the
looking.
first tavern.
It's like you've been through
No, not in
several
the first day.
taverns.
Yeah, not in the first day.
What can I say? I sometimes even surprise myself.
Wow.
Lucky streak, I guess.
How do you feel, Viera?
I feel like we should open up an investigation business.
I want to point out that this might just be because to him all elves look the same, and it might be
It's
a
not
complete
necess-
wrong hint.
It's not necessarily her sister, she knows that. It's someone who looks like her sister.
It's a lead, at least. Something
It's
to follow up on.
It's a lead, yes.
Corroborates. But
By the
You
sounds of it, not something the two of you would be able to help me with once we get much closer, because they don't really sound like the non-elf loving type of person.
What? What do you mean?
Well, she has a wanted poster for leading raids on the non-elvish lands.
just surrounding
No?
villages. It's not elvish lands. It's
Yeah, raiding the surrounding villages of the Feyland.
Feylands, that was me
Feylands.
misspeaking.
Yeah.
I did correct myself, of the Feylands, yeah.
Yeah, she's north, not in the Elfin place, like, right?
Yeah, she is, but she's
come
not.
on. I can get anyone to like me.
I might need to be a bit hesitant there because of apparently people look like me who are assholes, but you know.
Well,
In the
apparently
meantime,
all elves here
Vera,
are
I
assholes
also want
too,
you to roll
so-
me a perception check. Did you remove your exhaustion or not?
Yes, I did, because of the perception check.
So you
that
did
I
use the
made.
fate point from Steve,
I
okay.
did use the fate point from Steve.
Okay, awesome. Then I redeem it.
Okay.
Roll me a perception check because you were paying attention to the taverns as well as you were going.
Nice.
So, in a tavern called the King Kobold,
Mm-hmm.
you will spot that blonde elf with the ginger dwarf and two more people at the same table, like having a drink. Again, it's easy to spot elves because they stand out in the mass of Asimar, right? Same for
Yeah.
dwarves and humans and like anything light-skinned, actually.
Do we recognize any of the other two people?
No. The other two people seem to be an Asimar woman with short hair
Mm-hmm.
and a very pale man with like ashen gray hair who has like oddly very smooth, almost porcelain features. They're not paying attention to it. It's just I'm pointing it out because they were across the street and you would recognize them.
Hey, Cassius.
Mm-hmm.
Do you fancy doing a round of thought predilection?
Why would you ask such a thing of me, Vera? It's not nice to poke in people's thoughts.
So, certainly not people you know. But there's the interesting outsider on the other table.
Outside of the what?
And her accomplices.
could just know that if I just make a rounds, I'm not gonna learn anything. I'm gonna learn whatever's on their mind. If you need to know information,
I'm particularly interested in the other companions that she has, not the dwarf.
yeah.
I know you can delve deeper, but don't do that. Just focus on the 4 of them once, and then stick between the other 2.
Okay. And basically, well, I have to get a little bit closer, so I'm just gonna get myself another. Are they like sitting close to a bar, or are we sitting close enough to them?
They're at their own table.
Okay. Are we within 30 feet of them?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, perfect. All right. Casting Detect Thoughts, subtle spell. Where do I need to place this so you can easily get rid of it?
You don't have to place the template thing.
You don't have to.
You can take the.
Oh no, with Detect Thoughts I don't have to place it actually. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It was only with Calm Emotions, and it's a subtle spell, so detecting. Oh, yeah. Okay. In
So
general, just like
I gave it a 5% chance, and I rolled a 95. Amazing.
5% chance of what?
Yeah, you will find out. So what I did.
I'm not like probing deeper. I'm basically just gonna like lean a little back, just as if I'm enjoying my drink, close my eyes, and detect thoughts. And I'm going to first, I think, the elf, then the dwarf, then the porcelain featured man, and then the short-haired Asimov woman. Just kind of like glancing if what they're like thinking about at that exact time.
They're talking to each other, so the thoughts are focused on what the one person who's talking at the moment is saying, right? Mm-hmm. And basically, what you catch in that particular moment is like, is the Asimov-looking woman reporting that she got hired, no problem, and nobody will notice her among the other workers, so she can get easily onto the ship and take a look around. And while she's saying ship, if you're switching to her, I mean, you will get a brief flash of the Mother of Mercy from all of them at that point when she says ship.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they're talking about like, yeah, she got a job among the carpenters who's gonna fix the ship up.
And she was going to take a look around, she said. Alright.
I'm giving you a brief flash. It's not a brief flash because like her is explaining this like in multiple sentences, but this is the gist of it, right?
Mm-hmm. Anything else from the other companions? If they like, as soon as one of the other ones is talking,
and then the pale guy will like nod towards the dwarf and the elf, is like, any news from the morgue, and they kind of shake their heads, and you get like a brief flash of like various guards, like several like brief flashing faces of, I mean, some of them look familiar, but you're not sure because you haven't really paid that much attention to all the faces in the tavern, right? Might be a guard that you know, might not be a guard that you know, you're not sure. But it's like you get a few, like, you know, short-term memory flashes of them talking to guards, you know, what the status is and that kind of stuff. Like, they're connected, right?
Are they bribing the guards or no?
No,
in the memories?
These are connections.
Connections.
Yeah.
Okay. And the dwarf?
Same, like that's the two
Same.
things you got, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Because the dwarf and the elf apparently are going around together.
Dwarf and the elf are going around together?
If you're walking around and being noticed, then it might as well get noticed together.
Mm-hmm. And then the Aasimar woman and the pale guy are going around together as well?
No, they seem to go separate. And from the impression you get that the pale guy is the boss.
Do you get
You
any
also
names?
get a brief glimpse of them basically like hoping that the ship is done the next day, by the end of next day, so they can leave the day after.
The ship
And
is
you will
done
also get a glimpse from the pale guy along the lines of like him planning on approaching Kree to buy passage to Tucson.
And as Samira or Lena asked, did I get any names? Or no.
They're not really in a part of the conversation where they're addressing each other with names. So
Like
they didn't really...
thinking of each other in names as well as like,
No, I mean no. Like when you're thinking, like you think of people, general like impressions, not really Viera. It's like no, that's not how thoughts work.
Actually, that's always on my mind. Okay.
Viera. Malkovich.
Butterscotch. Okay.
If anyone got the reference with the Malkovich, it's amazing. It's such an obscure movie.
I
Anyway.
think no one here got it.
No, it's
No
fine.
worries.
It's fine.
Okay. Kind of just like sit back, take another sip of my drink, and just kind of like just
They
respond
also
to.
decidedly not paying
Oh.
attention to you. Sorry, I forgot to do that. They're aware of your presence. They're just not looking at you. They didn't quite expect to see you in this tavern, like, because they were like, it's like literally some random tavern deep in the town, like. But they also not like, they're keeping like a side glance on you guys, but not really staring. Just
Okay.
basically.
What are like their thoughts associated when I see them when they're basically looking at us? Is there something jumping out?
They're paying attention to you. They know you're associated with the crew. And Layla. And Layla. Specifically.
I got that. Okay.
The 5% chance I rolled is that you're reading the thoughts at the exact same moment where you would actually get info from them. I hate you.
That's the validation I needed.
Yeah.
All right. That's all I ever wanted. Yeah, but at some point, I was like gonna like finish my drink and just kind of like explain or exclaim to the others, not overly loud and not overly rambunctious, but like just basically say loud enough for them to hear. All right, you wanna take this pub crawl summit to the next one?
Yeah, time for the next one.
Do we have to? You know I have to finish.
I can just down it. Come on.
We gotta go.
Next one.
Down it. Let's go.
Roll me a
Down it.
deception check
Let's
with
go.
advantage, Cassius, because Samira is actually truly upset, so.
She just wants to continue leaving.
Okay, you may continue.
Do we have to? I don't want to.
Go on. Let's go.
You suck. Come on, let's go. You buy me something sweet, a nice cocktail, okay? No more stale ass beer or some shit.
I'll buy you the nicest cocktail. Hand still, whatever that is. Let's go. Yeah.
Get up and start heading out.
Yeah.
How much should I actually deduct for the drinks that we had? How much is a drink?
Deduct them from party funds.
You have a shopping list!
Oh yeah, that's true.
No,
Let
sorry.
me know I got.
Here, I'll
let me
give
know.
you...
Let me know what it is because I get the group coin sack here.
Nah,
For the small amount.
Let's just deduct one bottle of booze along all taverns, which is like, let's say 8 gold.
8 gold.
8 gold? Ah, perfect.
Perfect. I'll deduct that.
From the coppers?
In this
From the
Yeah.
silver pieces. So 70 so yeah, silver pieces will deduct.
Is
Just
this-
dump a bag of copper pieces like poof.
in this particular tavern, you were drinking the Wolf and Barrel Pinot Noir.
Yeah, I mean it's more attention grabbing if you pay with gold than if you small coin amount in silver, you know.
It's a locally produced wine with a taste that is lean and crisp.
Nice.
Random
definitely definitely
random
go. What was the
alcohol
name? This I
fact.
need to put in my notes.
The wolf and something.
Wolf
and
and Barrel Pinot Noir.
The wolf.
Pinot Noir, nice. There's French people here.
Wolf and Barrel Pinot Noir. There we go.
I'm wondering who are the references to the French here because
Well, I'm using the worldly types of wine
layman's
names.
terms. Yeah.
All right. I made this note in a specific heading, so I can definitely read it out when.
All of us have the notes. The wolf and barrel Pinot Noir.
This tavern had very interesting liquor names anyway.
And more interesting patrons.
Indeed.
Yeah, they had the Mutated Tiefling Pinot Noir, the Dull Homunculus Riesling, the Book and Salamander Sauvignon Blanc.
Too much detail.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We're on a pub crawl. We're not even gonna remember the pub names.
Not wine tasting,
let alone
pub crawling.
Let alone the alcohol we're drinking. Crikey. At which point,
Not even
Speaking
the
of-
overweight Bugbear Porter beer?
what number pub is this? Just out of curiosity.
Good question, yeah.
This is like pub number 5.
We'll tell you in a second.
Cassius was misering his drinks because he was doing investigation stuff, so he wasn't
I was
getting
doing
drunk.
one drink per pub because I have to have a drink in
It's
hand.
pub number 12.
Oh. Yeah, I'm not drinking everything, so I'm saying at 6 drinks at
Well, you
least.
didn't drink alcohol in every single one.
Yeah, I'm saying 6 drinks at least, so I'm gonna need to make a couple saves. So I'm good for now.
Yeah. Cassius is nurturing drinks.
I'm tipsy. But I want to go back now. So, you know.
Cause stitching.
Yeah, I need to finish. Come on. I don't want to be drunk when I come back.
Oh, Vera's going hard. Nice.
I'm smashed. You guys are carrying me out of the 12th
It's
pub.
9:45 p.m. at this point.
Okay, we need to go back. Come on.
Really? Like, you guys get drunk? I had to work? Ugh.
You can still drink at your inn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can still drink down
We're
there.
not finished. We're just ending the run back at the tavern we came from.
The
Exactly.
perfect idea. I've never thought I would hear these words from you, Vera.
Let's go. Let's go.
It's touching.
Let's
Okay,
go.
you leave the bar.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, no. You
Slurring
managed-
Vera. What?
You managed to make Vera drunk. What did you do? Cassius!
It's the master
Wait.
of my craft.
We're standing in the rain for far too long.
Let's
go.
yeah. You're right. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay. So you make it back to your inn.
Wobbling profusely.
I mean, the rain sobers you up a tiny bit, at least.
Not from a critical failure.
No. Do be a Constitution saving throw, please. I think at this point
Again.
you're... Yeah. But with disadvantage at this point, right?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you start throwing up at some point.
Oh. Oh no. Don't do this to me.
There he goes.
Samira!
There he goes, Samira.
Samira!
Nice.
Okay,
Okay, you're fine. You're just like dry heaving, like, you know, breathing deeply away from her. It's like...
Come on, move your asses.
Wow. It was like carry Vera the rest of the way. Yeah.
I'm gonna do a wisdom saving throw to see if she has enough presence of mind to lesser restorate herself.
Oh, here we go.
At this point. And I don't know what DC to set.
15.
Well, it's disadvantage
15.
for sure, so you know.
15 disadvantage. Yeah, that's a note.
Woo!
More
Alright.
drinks. Let's go.
Let's go.
Where's
Let's
the
get some
pub?
drinks.
Come on.
Close. Just continue. Just get it out of your
you
system
arrive.
first.
Yeah, you arrive. 50 minutes later.
Mhm. It's a good thing it's raining. It got rid of some of that puke that I smelled.
It seems like part of the party already went to sleep, right? Or is at least not visible in the tavern. Jinx is there. It will let you know that, like, about an hour ago, one of the episcopes came through, one of the priests, and basically had Creo picked up because they had some findings about the body, and they wanted to talk to him.
Okay. Speaking of, we need to go upstairs to get herself a bit situated, right? Yeah, right, Vera, before we continue drinking?
As much
Situated?
Yeah.
What?
as much I would like to continue this and see where this goes, I have some important information.
Into the room then. Okay, come on.
Important
Come on.
information?
Come on,
Vera,
can you sober yourself up? It's a bit important.
I was kind of looking forward to seeing it, but you can
You want
continue
me-
afterwards.
How am I supposed to sober up?
You got your spell for that, right? You got me all carried out and everything. You know, you got
Yeah.
your spell for that.
Yeah, but there's a bunch of times for it. Really.
She just kind of hangs her head looking downwards and then snaps her head back up to look at you guys.
You would remember at this point.
Okay.
Come on, you can drink some more later, but this is a bit, you know.
And then
And I don't know how much yourself would like the situation you're currently in with the inebriation and everything.
But we need to get drunk.
I
so
don't want to
we
be sober. No.
And she casts Lesser Restoration on herself. Which I imagine for her is a very disconcerting feeling because she goes from instantly drunk to instantly sober.
Yeah, and then realizing that, like, you had, like, moments of, like, short-term memory issues and stuff like that on the way here, which is, like, disturbing. And not having your body under control or your tongue.
How did we get here?
Yeah, let's go to the room. Come on, you got yourself a bit. Yeah, we make our way upstairs.
The room is with the other people as well.
Yeah.
I need to talk to you guys in private.
The twins are downstairs, by the way.
Twins are downstairs, and Jinx is, and Hilda is dead, so we can go upstairs. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
He did. Is there a pitcher of water that I can bring with?
Yes.
Barman?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And she's just kind of got her eyes closed.
As a GM, I want to pat her now.
She grabs the pitcher of water and then just starts heading upstairs and leaves a coin on the bench for it.
Alright. So what you got for us?
Let's close the room. Close the door. Close the room. Basically ask Bo to take a look around outside. If there's anyone, like, close to the windows. No, like, how far up? Are we, like, one story up?
You are one story up, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, basically I'm gonna, like, ask him to basically keep an eye out outside if any of the described people or anyone else is approaching the inn or getting into the side alley, whatever. Just take a look.
Yeah.
So, I got some important information. And as much I would see Vera have a hangover, it's not the right time. The 4 people in the bar, the elf, the dwarf that we saw before, or Bo saw before, and the pill guy and the SMR, they were aware of our presence. They were paying attention to us because we're associated with both the crew and Layla. They know about the Mother of Mercy. The SMR woman was hired as a carpenter on the ship, and she's going to, quote unquote, take a look around. The pill guy asks to the elf and the dwarf if there was any news from the morgue. They got like some faces of guards. They were talking to some guards. I got some. They seemed connected. They were not bribing, so making use of favors or previous connections, or they might just be well known in town. the dwarf and the elf were running around together doing stuff. The Asmar and the Pill guy were more separate. I got the feeling that the Pill guy was speaking with the most authority, with the weird skin. And they were talking about trying to, or approaching Creo for passage on the ship. And they hope that the ship is done tomorrow so they can leave the day afterwards. Some of it sounded innocent enough.
Okay, so it
And they're
doesn't sound
planning
like
to,
they
and
were
they're
the
planning to
ones
buy.
trying to sabotage the ship then, because if they're trying to buy passage, that wouldn't do them any favors.
No, but they know that we're connected to both the crew and to Layla. And
You
And
think
they want
that-
to
you
get
think-
to Tucson, you said.
You
They're-
think they did Hilda?
I think they might be the Collector's rivals.
Because if they were asking around about the morgue and stuff.
Well, maybe they. Well, I mean, they're trying to get to Tucson, right? That's their end goal.
Yeah,
Sounds of it. The morgue they would know about because they obviously know we're part of the crew. They knew Hilda was part of the
Yeah,
crew.
maybe
so
they're covering the tracks there.
I think it's more likely that they're trying to find out when it will be released so that they can speed the process up to get to Tucson.
Maybe that's it, but I'm just worried because they know that we're connected to Layla as well.
At the very least, you need to tell Creo.
Yes, and
I'm-
he's not here right now.
I'm sending Vinny ahead to the ship to keep a lookout. Because if they're gonna sabotage the ship somehow or even look
Well,
at
no,
something.
They're not going to sabotage it. They want to buy passage on the ship.
Yeah, I mean,
Well-
if they're gonna hide stuff on there or just have a look around, we don't know what she could do there.
They're gonna be like, sure, one of them is gonna be a carpenter to take a look around. That's
Yeah.
what I
You
got.
could warn Creo that one of the carpenters that's been
Can you
hired.
Yes.
We've got the
Send them.
description of her, so you could warn him that that person needs to be watched at all times by somebody.
I
who
don't
is
know
a crew
about
member.
I don't know about watching. They were aware of us, alright? They seem to have a good eye around themselves. So if they know that someone is watching them, if they know that they're suspicious, they know something's up.
I mean,
And who was conveniently around at that time? They were talking about that shit. We were.
it's true. But at least we need to tell Creo that they are
It's his decision
suspicious.
to make.
But if they get on the ship as well, big chance they're gonna stay with us in the hull.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going with my gut. I don't trust. I
Hey,
don't
so
trust
my
a lot of
instincts
people.
were pretty good on that.
It's definitely a good suggestion. Really.
Couldn't have timed it better if I tried.
This is bad news.
It's disconcerting. We definitely need to talk to Creo about it.
It's
see what
it's
he has
not
to say.
necessarily bad, because it might be something relatively innocent, but I'm not a person to go by
Honestly,
relatively innocent.
It's not innocent.
I'm not a
My
person.
gut instinct was something is off.
If they're investigating, it's not innocent in any sort of way.
It isn't. I've lived long enough to know this shit. It's better to be on your guard, and I definitely got a gut feeling with these guys. It's yeah. But we need to talk to Creo, and he's at the morgue. Apparently, they found some things on the body. That's what
I
Jinx
hope they
said
didn't
anyway.
plan anything or shit like that.
I didn't get
Did you
any.
get-
I didn't
no
get any
names?
impression. No names. I also didn't feel secure enough to pry deeper.
Of
At
course.
that point.
I mean, we were right next to them. That seems like a shit situation.
Yeah, we don't know what they're capable of.
Yeah.
Even this is dangerous.
It
What
could
I
be
did.
another granny situation where we're just way over our heads.
But okay, so in all of the stuff that you were reading, apart from the fact that we were connected to Layla, which seems strange because they would either have to have known that we met her last night, or on the docks, or from Taria itself. was anything else thought about us? Like, oh yeah, there they are, we need to follow them? Because
No.
it sounds very much like it was a case of they need to get to Tuzan because of Layla.
I didn't get anything like that. What I got is that they definitely knew we were there. They were already kind of like a little bit like, what's up with that? Because why at that time at that inn? Why we would be there?
Mm-hmm.
Specifically because we're connected with the Mother of Mercy. I tried to. I didn't really get any. They were aware. I wouldn't maybe say like suspicious, but just really noticing and recalling this connection. But I didn't feel like get any like thoughts of maliciousness or pleasantness in any way, shape, or
No,
form. We're
what you
just
got
people.
is actually very, verily watching you because of what you said. The impression of like, what the fuck are they even doing here?
Yeah.
Of all the places in the entire fucking town,
Of all
right?
the places, yeah, they were on their guard about us because we were at that location, but that's about it.
Yeah, that's not good. We need to sleep with an eye open from now on.
I mean, after the whole Hilda thing, definitely, but
Yeah. Things just keep packing on, huh?
The last thing Creo needs is more trouble when taking these people on. He's going to give them that.
Yeah.
Samira,
Yeah.
could you send a message to him? Or that at least we need to talk to him.
I'll do that.
I mean, it's not. He's probably really busy with the whole situation at the morgue. It might be better to just wait for him, but I don't know if he's gonna come here or return to the ship or.
I don't know. I mean, we can wait a bit to see if he comes back. If he doesn't, and it's later, then we can send one to him.
We could ask one of the crew members downstairs what his plans are. He was going to the morgue because they had information, but was he coming back here or was he heading to the ship? We can find that out.
I'll
and
ask.
also, did he go on his own? Because he shouldn't have.
Yeah.
You didn't ask. But you also didn't see all of the crew downstairs either.
So let's just head downstairs and ask someone. Ask him if there's an update. We've been gone for hours this evening, so like, are we leaving tomorrow? Are we not leaving tomorrow? Is there any update?
Yeah, sounds good. So
and hell, the crew might know, and then we can ask them, hey, like, where is Creo? Like, we do need a word with him about something to do with the ship.
I wouldn't go so far. I would just like ask what his plans would be.
Yeah, sure. Just ask if he's coming back here.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
Heading to the ship.
All right.
Okay, I'll let you do the talking.
Sure.
I'm still recovering.
Yeah, you kind of let yourself go there. You normally don't really do that.
Yeah, I mean, good. What is everything all right because of that, or was it just fun?
Semi-celebrating finding some sort of news that might be my sister. Semi-just, I've had enough of all the other shit going on, so...
Yeah, okay, so it was a good drinking, that's good to hear.
Just wanted a break. One of them hit me a little bit harder than I thought, I think.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Good.
Head downstairs?
Yeah. Yeah, and so basically, so Jinx and the twins were downstairs, yeah?
Yeah, Jurgen is still there as well.
I'm going basically towards Jinx. Hey.
Hey.
How are you holding up?
I'll make it.
The rest? I just look over to Jurgen and the others.
Jurgen is just passed out on the table and snoring. She kind of gives you like a pleading, like, don't just talk about it.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, You said that Creo was gone for a bit. Do you know if he's gonna come back here or he's going to the ship? Do you know?
I don't know. I really don't know. He said something about heading to the ship with the investigators.
Okay.
He sent me a message.
Hmm.
I don't know what's going on, so we're kind of waiting. But some
Yeah.
of the crew are on the ship already, so
Mhm.
we figured we should leave some people there to watch, just in case the fire today was not an accident.
Is that your feeling about it?
I don't know. We are not ourselves. Mistakes can happen. The worst you can do is get paranoid for no reason.
Sure.
Be keeping an eye out. It is certainly weird. Whoever did it is faster or as fast as we are, and that's not a good thing. And it would have probably should already caught up to us while we were at the reef. So some of us are wondering if what happened at the reef was connected to that. But again, in situations like that, people tend to start seeing things, and that's never a good thing.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. You've probably also seen enough people or dealt with enough people that sometimes, you know, it is also good to be wary.
But yeah, from how I heard Creo, I was like, I don't know. If the bishop wants to see the ship, I don't see it being a good thing.
Okay.
We're certainly gonna stay up and wait and see what's going on when he gets back. If he comes back and if they don't keep holding him all that through. I'm just
Is he on
hoping
his
that
own?
well, no, Hastrid is with him.
Okay. Okay, that's good. I'm guessing he told you guys that everyone should move in trios.
Yeah, it's Hastrid and Vivare. Panacea and the boys, minus Jürgen, are on the ship. I have no idea where Larrabee is, but Larrabee does that. He just vanishes and comes back.
If you do see him, let me know.
Bad timing, honestly, but he does that.
Yeah. If you do see him, let me know.
I will. I'll send him your way.
If Creo sends you a message, can you let us know as well? Kind of need to talk to him.
Yeah, sure.
And do you actually also know when the carpenters arrive tomorrow? When they start constructing?
It's dawn.
Dawn, okay. Okay, perfect.
They gotta have daylight.
Makes sense. Well, I don't know how ships work, so. Okay, well, just let us know if you need anything, okay?
Sure. How are you guys holding up?
Good.
We
Yeah,
celebrated
I mean,
some information that we found out by going on a pub crawl.
I think it was good to keep our, what she means is just like trying to keep our minds off what happened.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
You know, like we said, we didn't know her that well, so, but it's still like it. Yeah. You know, it's
Head above water, you know?
Yeah. I've been catching myself all evening just telling funny stories about Hilda.
I mean, it's a good way to keep the memory alive.
It just feels so unreal. It's like she will walk down the stairs at any moment.
Yeah.
But I think Jorgen has taken it the hardest. Feels like a sister to him. I mean, she was like a sister to all of us, but they were really close.
Creo said a lot of you guys have grown up together.
But yeah, I mean, there's all the tieflings live together on the island, and we were always a sort of a, rowdy bunch, playing pranks.
A ragtag group.
Yes.
Yeah. We have our own ragtag group. Looks to both sides of Cassius and Samira.
Of course, some of us joined later, some of us joined sooner. I think Hastred and Creo have been together for the longest. They've been on the previous ship before it sunk.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I think we all lost some people, and it never gets easy.
yeah, we understand your loss, and just that this telling the stories is a good part. Just keep her in mind how she was in her best days.
We just want her back so we can take her to the sea.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think we'll head up. At least I will head upstairs. But, well.
Yeah,
Well,
I think so. Yeah.
Have a good night. Should I wake you up if Creo comes later?
Yes, please.
All right.
Would be nice. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'll come upstairs and wake you up then.
Thank you, Jinx.
Good night. Sleep well. Have a good sleep. Rest.
Yes.
Don't you worry.
I'll try.
Once we have the ship going, it's gonna take us a day to get to Tucson. We'll make up for lost time.
I'm not worried about that.
It's no rush on there. It's
We've
other
been
things
taking
take
it
precedence.
slow. It's mostly because we wanted to get to know you. You were interesting people, and taking a day longer doesn't hurt anyone.
We were happy to take the scenic route too.
Wow.
So.
I mean, even with the scenic route, we're twice as fast as any other ship out there in this area. So we thought it wouldn't do any harm, but thinking about it, maybe we should have just been fast.
These things you can never really think about that way, because you start like, what if, and that's not gonna help.
I know Creo enough that I know that he blames himself.
And yet, it's not his fault. It's whoever's fault actually killed him.
Yeah.
Well, I hope we find a bastard. Burn him.
Hope so too.
Her.
Them.
Something. Burn something. Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, we're here
Jinx
if you need us.
Yeah, take care.
And then they walk back to the others.
Yeah. We'll go back upstairs, and just on my way there I'll ask, should I I won't want to contact Creo himself since he's most likely speaking, but one of the other ones maybe?
No, wait on it. We'll hear from Jinx if he comes back, and otherwise, first thing, need some time, but to sleep. But we should actually. Should be actually before dawn. This carpenters, they're gonna start early.
I don't think if I'm gonna get much rest tonight. It's too late to start sleeping and wake up before dawn.
I mean, you seem pretty knackered, Samira.
No,
honestly, you should get some sleep. I would propose one of us takes watch, and I would ask Fiera if you can maybe actually
Yes.
No, I was thinking
maybe
I'm thinking because I talked with Bo in Infernal. Did I ever hear Creo or any of the other crew members talk Infernal to each other, or just talk in common? Perfect. I can ask Bo to, if Creo doesn't come back to the inn in the morning or before dawn, I can ask Bo to ask him to come here, or ask him to meet us if he can't, and then we go to him, because we need to see him before dawn, before the carpenters arrive. So you don't have to send a message, you can sleep as long as you need, Samira. But that would be the first thing, if he doesn't come tonight. Sounds like a plan?
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright. I'll take first watch. You guys go to sleep.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll let Vinny know to actually stay outside the room just at the entrance to basically make sure that to let us know if anyone's just making their way towards the room.
Yeah, I'll mentally ask Bo to just like he can, while he was sitting by the window, basically.
Yeah.
To keep an eye out. And let me know if he sees anything.
Okay.
Like with the people, not anything, not a pigeon or a rat or a dove or whatever, but.
You will give him specific parameters. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
There's an owl.
I said it like to see, tell me if you see anything, and I was like, no way.
No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't. No. Because it's raining as well. There's not much out there anyway.
Hey, Chief. It's raining.
It's raining. Yeah.
I saw a thunder strike. It was cool.
There's a raindrop.
Yeah.
And there's another one.
So yeah, no. He's not. He's smart, right? He's not, that daft. Anyway, so yeah, 2 hours pass. Nothing happens. Sorry.
2 hours, nothing. All right. I'll. Well, don't say sorry. We weren't attacked. It's fine. I'll wake up.
You gotta switch out with me because of her sleeping schedule, right?
Oh yeah, that's
The
true.
rain picked up. That's actually Bo did pointed out that the rain picked up like quite a bit.
Okay.
It's
Bo,
like, hey Chief, the rain is really fucking lots. Like a lot. It's like a lot of rain. It's like shower.
Yeah. All right.
If you need a shower, you should go outside.
Do I need a shower?
He will sniff you and then point out that you don't need a shower now.
Perfect. Thank you, Bo.
You smell of bacon. He likes that.
Smell of bacon. All right.
Why you didn't get the smoke smell out of your clothes?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, as you sniff your smell, you
sniff yourself.
As you sniff yourself, you smell smoky.
Sniff yourself.
But it's like, yeah,
Let's
but it's
go.
like rain smoky, right? Because you were also getting wet on the way back, so it's like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Anyway,
I'll ask Bo to if he sees something to let Samira know, and then point things out instead of talking. But yeah.
okay.
Just give him instructions to use how do you say, his hands. Communicate like Winnie does. I don't know. Good luck and a good sleep. And I'll wake Samira up first.
Okay.
Hey.
Hi, quiet?
Quiet. Rain picked up a lot. I asked Bo to keep a lookout. He will do some kind of hand signs to let you know if anything's up.
Well, deal. Get some rest.
He does demonstratively some, how those like flag waving at airplanes people do that thing? He does that.
Nice. Alright, I'll spend the 2 hours just with my back towards the door where Vinny is and keep an eye towards the window and just to pass time, just keep sketching on my ideas.
Happens.
Yeah, nothing happens.
Amazing.
Just passing time.
I think at this point also our temporary hit or our max hit points, the 8
Oh,
hours were
they
like
dropped it. They
long
dropped that
gone.
midday.
Yeah.
Midday.
Just reminding myself. Here.
Yeah.
There we go.
Return everything back to normal. Yeah. After 2 hours, I'll wake up Viera. Just quick, yeah.
Viera would wake up if she was trancing by herself at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It's been 4 hours.
Hey.
Hey.
It's been quiet so far, so hope same for you, but
Yeah. Well, I feel rested anyway, so sure nothing special's gonna happen. Get some sleep.
We'll do so. Night.
What time am I waking everyone up at?
Well, we made. Give it like 4 hours or so.
Can I ask one thing? By the way, as a player I forgot, but because I said it as a character, that I would ask Bo to run to Creo if he wouldn't have returned.
But where is
Before
he
dawn.
running to in Antimar town to the Bishop of Investigation? It's as a fiendish creature.
Ah, you're right. Shit. Alright.
Sorry, I had to point this out because Cassius would know better.
Yeah, that's true. Fuck. Okay.
Oh,
You're not gonna risk Bo walking in front of that Bishop woman and
Hey,
going
Chief.
like, "Hey, Chief."
Like hip thrust.
Yeah. I'm a fiend. Yay, finger guns.
You just reminded me of something with the ship thing. I was planning to send Vinny towards the ship. Yeah. So before I go to bed, I will send Vinny on their way towards the ship to just hide up on the mast and let me know if people board the ship.
At what time? Well, during your watch.
Yeah, like after just before I wake Vera
The
up.
ship is crawling with priests, basically looking inch for something.
Okay, then Vinny won't board yet. Just watch from afar.
I mean, he can slip in. He's a shadow. He can literally slide onto the ship, no problem.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But
Up on the.
I
up
want
on
to
the
also point out that some of them seem to be casting spells and then looking around.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
letting you do
was...
an educated guess.
That's what I was asking for. Okay. Yeah, Vinny's gonna stay from watch from further away and just when I hear that, I'll let Vera know that I send Vinny towards the ship, so they're gonna watch and let me know if people are gonna start boarding again, like not priest-looking people. You know, like Creo or the
Carpenters.
Creo
exactly.
is there among them.
Okay, like the carpenters or something, but they're looking around a lot, so I don't know what's just so you know.
Okay. Sure.
Right.
Otherwise, I'll wake you guys up in about 4 hours' time.
Exactly, and Vinny does exactly that and wake me up if carpenter's board.
Okay.
Vera's going to spend the mixture of her watch sitting at the window, looking at the street in case people go by, and if anybody does, she's sitting at an angle where it would be much harder to see her. She's not standing in the window, basically, but she's sitting to the side, looking out and down. But also so that she can see the door and the rest of the room in case Jinx comes in or anything like that. So.
About quarter till dawn. There's a quiet opening of doors, and extra Jinx comes in, right?
Hey.
Letting you know. Okay. We can repeat. Fine. Hey. Are the others sleeping?
Still asleep, but they'll be awake in a minute or two.
Don't wake them up. Kriya's not coming back. He's staying on the ship. Apparently, the
priests
the bishops,
the ship.
they were checking the ship or something. He will explain it in the morning, but they stayed behind. They're gonna sleep on the ship. So yeah, just let you know everything is alright.
Okay. When did the carpenters start working?
Well, at dawn, presumably. I mean, the priests are clear now, so they cleared the ship.
Okay.
So yeah, don't worry. It will be done by the end of the day, and then we can leave. Tomorrow. We'll get you to Tucson.
Is Creo going to be asleep when we get to the ship? Like, if we get to the ship at dawn, is Creo going to be asleep?
I assume so. He was awake all night. He might not go to sleep, I mean.
Can you send a message to Creo? I know it's an ask because you'll have to get Jorgen up, but the three of you need to move at the same time. But can you send a message to Creo?
Jorgen is hard passed out. I can go with one of the twins.
No. It's fine. We'll figure something out.
Why? What's up?
One of the carpenters working on the ship isn't someone we trust.
Explain that.
We went out on a pub crawl last night.
Uh-huh.
Overheard some conversation about people being able to get onto the ship as a carpenter to poke around and have a look. And some people are going to contact Creo to arrange passage. Same group of people to Tuzin.
What's their name? I mean,
I
who
don't
are
know
they?
their names. There were 4 strange individuals: a dwarf, an elf, an Asmar, and some random human type of person.
Who's the pretend carpenter? Or if they're a pretend carpenter?
The Asmar. So she'll probably blend in with all the others.
What does she look like?
Female.
You have a picture of the character, Walt.
like all Asmars do.
Wow.
Dark skin, short white hair.
Oh my lord. Oh my lord.
There's,
I will never
there's
get sick
like
of
Jinx's face, there's poker face, like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I will
I
never
don't-
get sick of Viera's fantasy racism.
I
It's just constant.
don't really know what else to tell you. She's like medium height, not so tall. Very short white hair.
There we go.
Looks like an Asmar, I guess.
Alright. Very short white hair, and it's an SMR, and it's a she. Okay.
It's a she. There can't be that many carpenters that match that description on the ship.
I'll take one of the twins. Or you know what?
Just
I'll have the twins bring Jurgen upstairs if you don't mind the snoring, and
Yes.
then I'll take both twins.
do that.
Alright. And so basically the next 15 minutes, the twins bring Jurgen up, and then, you know, they give you like a mock salute, and then the 3 of them make their way, like, go out.
Yeah.
And guys, should we call it here? It's 9 p.m.
I mean, the obvious answer is no.
Yeah,
Carry
but
on.
we should.
But
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, I
you
think
probably should.
Yeah. Can I put a long rest? That's a question here.
Well, you're still
Good
sleeping.
point.
so. Still sleeping.
You're still sleeping.
Ooh.
There we
Okay,
go.
yeah.
I get a long rest though.
You smell
'Cause I'm
smoke
done.
and tar. The inn is on fire.
No,
I mean, if
it would be not a scream.
No, you smell goats.
You smell goats.
They're coming closer. That's what I should have asked if any of the 4 people had goat eyes.
Ooh, yeah, the pupils.
Anyway,
Okay.
I'll wrap up here. You guys make it to the office.
Yep. Sounds good.
Yep. Click, click. Bye. Okay, guys. Stuff happened. The ship did not sink. Things are moving. So we shall see how this will develop from here. Yeah, so yeah, the bishops got integrated into the investigation. They have seen Fearless's collective. So yeah, fun stuff. Fun stuff. I'm very excited for the continuation of this. It's gonna be so great. Anyway, more from me on Wednesday. Usual prep stream at 8 p.m. CT. And then, you know, the usual Patreon NPC crafting on Friday. So see you next week. I love you all. Thank you for watching. And